Um, Good evening, everybody. I don't have a whole lot new that I can add, but uh, and I'm sure if I'm going live, Ham is having a call at the same time. I don't know that, but every time I go live, he seems to be. Um, but let me see. Uh, I bel What's the best way to do this? I guess I'll just sign back in. Um, Taking a while to sign in. Well, it didn't quite get there, but I made a small bet with a friend at, I don't know what time it was, 12:40, that whether or not Fngr would get to $4 by 2 o'clock. And I think I understand our bet was 2 o'clock. It might have been 2:30. And I said, yeah, it will. It'll get to 4. And it did. But man, I didn't expect it to almost get to 5. This is very strong. The volume is looks like 2.12 million shares, and uh, there's I did this chart earlier before it went to 5, but I don't think this service would go after hours anyway. But that blue line is 4, and I had a lot of choices. I could have drawn that line a little bit lower, or I could have drawn it just slightly higher where the gap is all the way over on the left. Or I could have gone, a smidge higher right in the middle. So you could use $4, 408, 450 as resistance, but none of it matters anymore. The stock's 5. The stock is already 5. And I had drawn this green line prior to it going to 5. I really, all that static in there, on right in the middle of the chart, between 4 and 7.5, one can argue that is resistance and that it's going to meet a lot of selling there. Could. But I think most people that bought the stock there or held it have probably already sold. So that's why I didn't bother with any of that. Could be wrong. It certainly could be resistance, but I think 7 is really kind of the next target and the breakout if it gets through that. Is that possible? I don't know. The stock is behaving extremely strongly, and you could be in a short squeeze and then the chart just doesn't matter at all. Or you could be, that 3 million shares that are rumored as the real short. If I'm not mixing up my stories, all the stories sound the same. That they could be being forced to cover. I would remember to take, I can't give you any specific advice, of course, but remember to think about, I don't think you have to do it tomorrow, necessarily. But at some point, think about at least taking your original money off the table if you just bought it recently for a trade. I said back when it was a dollar, I don't know, it was $1.04, $1.10, dollar something, even all the way up to $1.25, that I thought you could see a double or triple. Well, you've seen it do much better than that now. I guess it's up over 4x, and that's fantastic. It's just fantastic. I hope. Let me take this down. Let me. Serenity now. Serenity now. Let's start at the top. I've already missed. Somebody else signed in, so I've already missed some messages. I don't know what happens. The short squeeze of the decade. Good day today with Fngr. Did it actually hit 5? I didn't see that. I see 498, but you could be right. I see 498, but you know, it's a difference without much of a distinction. Congratulations, everybody. Yeah. All right, Big JR. I got to remember how to make you mod. I don't remember. Just it'll slowly come back. I haven't done that for a while, how to do that. Okay, so Dan Johnson is saying maybe take some profits, but hold for big money. I'm not able to really comment on individual advice, of course. And my service is weird. It still shows the market cap at 170 million. That doesn't make sense. It's got to be around $250 million market cap right now. I tried to get it on, I could do that again. I tried to get it on Yahoo. Let me see if I can get Yahoo again. See what the market cap is. My point being, at some level, this, to answer the gentleman's question above, at some level, of course, it's taking forever. Anyway, let's just say it's 250 million market cap. That you could still argue is a number that makes sense for investment, you know, if you're really bullish on it, or if you know something, which I don't, like, you know, there's a new contract or whatever. But at some point, it will fulfill the definition of a squeeze simply because the market cap will get so out of whack. Let me see what it says here. 250 million intraday, 250 million market cap. It's pretty good. One of your shareholders was adamant that they're not going to raise money as was him, and they didn't. So, I guess we'll see tomorrow morning. It really has a chance to follow through. I don't know what to tell you what's going on. It could be the real short is being bought in, or maybe finally there's some trouble in undelivered land. Um, the one thing that we can't know is maybe something's going on out of left field, like a JV or a big contract or maybe President Xi is going to well, Martin Shen's already married, but maybe he'll have one of the other officers marry his daughter or something. I don't know. Oh, here it is. It's this guy's question. I don't know. You have to answer that question yourself. Got to 498. Fngr gonna make us rich. Well, there's some quotes about that. And I think it's important, and I'm not telling you to sell or buy or anything. It's now in your decision, because there's no upside for me to tell you what to do. One, I can't do that because I don't know your situation. But as soon as I suggest something to you, it'll do the exact opposite. But let me see if I can find. Let me see if I can find a couple of these quotes that I ran into the other day while I was reading. The first cut is the deepest. Baby, I know when it comes to loving. She's the worst when it comes to loving. Oh, when do you sell? Okay, let's see. He's not talking, he doesn't know anything about Fngr. He's talking about when do you exit something. I can go through his rules. I don't know which one wrote this. This is the point is, after these kind of runs, and we've learned it before, we've learned it in at least half a dozen stocks, that when they run, ultimately they collapse, and they usually come down more quickly from some level than when they went up. That's been my experience. And I'm not saying that. Don't misunderstand what I'm saying. Just get ready for some time in the future, some higher price that you need to start deciding what to do. And the key thing is just basically having in your mind an answer to the question, how much is enough? What's my target? Where do I want to sell? And that could be different for different people. It could be $10 or it could be, $200 or whatever. I'm not, there's no significance to those dollars either. This is what Balthazar Gracian said in the 7th century. He was a Jesuit priest. He said, place your winnings under cover when they are sufficient or large. Fortune soon tires of carrying anyone long on her shoulders. And we've learned all this. So the good thing is we have it in our, so maybe our muscle memory, we have it there, what could happen. So we're going to have a good sense. I'll try to paraphrase this. He's talking about precious metals. I just trying to talk about Fngr. At some point down the line, this move will go into its final innings as more and more people jump on the bandwagon because they're afraid of missing out. The premise that this author's making, I think it's David Smith, is that relatively few investors who buy in will be able to both make and keep a significant amount of money. That's the key thing. You got to start thinking of, okay, what's the number I want to get out at? Because tomorrow might be the day. This is the quote I was looking for from Jesse Livermore. Jesse Livermore was one of the great stock traders of all time, and he made fortunes. And then when he was about 60, maybe a little younger, he was at a party in New York at a hotel. He went into the men's room and blew his brains out. So it's, you know, it's success, but at what cost? Anyway, he said, the big money in booms, and this is a boom, the big money in booms is always made first by the public on paper. And it remains on paper. It remains on paper. But I'm not telling you to sell right now because today's action looks fantastic. So Bob Moriarty says in a book, I'm going to try to buy it, Nobody Knows Anything. He says it makes a lot more sense to take money off the table when you can. It makes sense to take money off the table when you can. Have a plan, have any plan, but take some money off the table. If you won't walk away when you are winning, the only alternative is that you will walk away when you are losing. I mean, these are all in reference to gold and silver and the silver miners, gold miners, but it applies here. I believe, fill in the blank, it is going to go into a bubble. So maybe Fngr goes into a bubble. That's a short squeeze. And the people who will lose the most money will be the bulls because they will never take money off the table. They always want to keep betting. Eventually the house odds win out and they lose it all. And please don't misinterpret me. I'm not telling you to sell right now. It looks like it's breaking out. The volume, it's like a bulldozer. It's just trudging up the hill. It won't stop. They give all these examples of stocks that go from pennies up to huge numbers. And there's a lot of stories examples of people who get out too soon, and that's tough too. That's tough too. So it's not an easy thing to do. Selling's not an easy thing. This is another thing Jesse Livermore said. Play the market only when all factors are in your favor. That's how I felt about Fngr earlier this year. No person can play the market all the time and win. You can't play all the time. Why does the public invariably make only paper profits? Because not one person in 10,000 has ever asked or even give thought to a small set of critical questions. These are questions which must be answered ahead of time by each and every investor who has dreams of keeping a significant portion of his winning earnings once the evolving once the evolving short squeeze draws to a close. If it happens. You have to ask yourself, why do I trade? How much is enough for me? The idea that you have enough money so that you only have to work if and when you want to can be a powerful goal-setting motivation. It becomes sustainable once you've reached a sort of critical mass, especially if you can keep your expenditures below your level of income. Felix Dennis, one of Britain's wealthiest men, said, "If you were young, you were infinitely richer than I can ever be again." I resemble that remark. So he talks about something that I've talked about a lot with you, that you don't try to get an A plus. He doesn't use these words. I'll tell you how he says it. But I've said that you don't try to get an A plus on these trades. You try to get 60%. If you're lucky, you get 80%. And that's what he's saying. You want professionals try to buy within 20% of the bottom. They let the stock come up, and you might see that tomorrow. A bunch of people could start buying tomorrow. If they think it's going to go, it's their call. But they'll let things get up off the bottom first, and they miss out on the first 20%. And then when they sell, they try to get out at best at 80% of the high. So they miss out on the last 20% too. And they're happy. They just take a big bite out of the middle at 60% of the overall trade. And a lot of you came in very early on this Fngr trade. So you have a chance to maybe make 80% of the move. One big score, and you'll be fine for quite a while. Can you make and hold on to money like this? And then he goes on to talk about the German trout. This is David Smith. I know nothing about trout. I used to catch them in the creeks. and cook them in the morning in butter. But I don't want to talk about the trout. Okay, let's skip that. All right, so decide now, how much is enough? If your answer is just a little bit more, or is it different? You need to decide before this we're talking about Fngr, if it starts squeezing. You want to get that answer, how much is enough for you, before the market peaks and before your emotions get caught up in the whole conversation with each other. If you wait to think about it, what's your exit? How much is enough? The top will come and go without you, probably. Try to look deep inside. Talk to friends who lost tens, hundreds of thousands, or millions of dollars. And this is why you try to get out early with a portion. I'm not saying sell now. I'm not. I'm just, at some point, you're going to have a decision to sell. So decide now that at some point you will take a profit and you will not worry that you missed the exact top. Same things I've tried to say. Once, number one, you've got to leave something on the table for the guy to buy from you or the woman to buy from you. And also if it keeps going without you, very rare cases would I get back in. You got out too soon, maybe. If the trade's not over, if it keeps running up, let the other people who stayed in have that upside. But as soon as you get back in, you can forfeit everything. So you're going to miss the exact top. He's talking about the metals. So he says there's no more devastating investment activity than watching a position which you have spent years acquiring. That sounds like Fngr, being ground to bits as the market relentlessly moves against you. So what would be nice, ideally, is this time. Fngr's given us two times before, and this one might go much higher. This time, maybe we get out early and we don't have all that angst and pain afterwards. If you're still fully invested when the big change gets underway, your portfolio will eventually look like a pinata which has had a machete taken to it. In the end, I didn't know it's here. In the end, after making and losing several fortunes, Livermore took his own life by putting a gun to his head in a public restroom. How much is enough? Livermore said, "A loss never bothers me after I take it, but being wrong, not taking the loss, is what damages pocket and soul." Is it a given that investors are destined to take that big loss after an epic run where many things were done correctly and the investor earned profits beyond one's wildest expectations? Considerable evidence points to a conclusion that a fundamental misunderstanding of markets, human nature, and of, as they say in the South, of your own self leads them by their actions or inactions to a dark corner. And he talks about the internet, computers. So what is your exit strategy? When making an investment, people generally think only about where to buy, without much consideration about when, how, or even if they might sell. Our idea is to set things up so as to be able to make and keep a substantial profit. What are the approaches an astute trader may take? I met Sir John Templeton. Okay, so he talks about Sir John Templeton. I'll skip it, but you've already gone through the phase of staying long and strong. It becomes dangerous because the desire to keep a position and presumably to keep making money will seduce all but the most focused, self-disciplined individuals to hold on longer for the possibility of still bigger, seemingly endless profits. Technical indicators, market sentiment, everything will be indicating that the stock must go higher. Possibly the only thing that flashes a warning will be your gut, your experience. But without some kind of plan that not only fits your financial goals, investment capital levels, and your temperament, you're almost certainly going to act/react impulsively to what's going on in the increasingly emotionally elevated atmosphere, in this case, of a potential squeeze. This will lead, as all market mania tops have before, to the majority of the participants overstaying their welcome. A major top puts in an initial devastating smash and then recoups 50% of that drop, consolidates, and then rolls over for the count. That is something the guys here come on, call me a crackpot, whatever. They don't give their names. But when I studied and examined a lot of charts, dozens of them. I don't know if I got to 100, but I studied a lot of charts of squeezes. And the one thing I noticed, they all, when they give up, they all rally to this big high, then there's a collapse, and then they have a secondary rally. Now, the trick is a lot of them do that on the way up, and they keep going up. But one of the biggest signals of all is when a stock, when it soars and looks like it's going to keep going, it comes crashing down and then you go, and then everyone, it's like going over a roller coaster, and then it recovers, but it doesn't go back to the high. And lots of times, if you have the courage to be early, that's a good time to get out. Okay, he talks about silver, and I don't want to change the subject. We believe there is a reliable way to hang in there well into the inevitable topping process and get out with the majority of your wealth or profits. So there's several exit strategies. The first one is the sandwich trader, and that is basically you're taking a bite out of the middle. And we already talked about that, but let me see if he gives any. Okay, like a whale filtering clouds of krill through its baleen, the sandwich trader, taking a big bite out of the middle, exits weighed down with profits well before the party is over. Well before the party is over. This type of trader easily layers out as the market, which consists of many new recruits, and the legion of longer-term true believers. This type of trader gladly accepts the sandwich trader's positions. The risk of giving a major part of the profits is almost zero. It's close to a sure thing that this trader's exit and entry will go unnoticed. Why don't more of us do this? Because the universal trait is an even greater dread of missing out on larger profits by leaving early versus the fear of losing what you've already earned. We've all gone through it, so maybe we can be different this time. All right, this is David Morgan. This is his quote exactly. The problem with a lot of people is that they have an amateur's perspective, which means that they think that if they don't get in at the low, they've missed the move. Actually, the best traders and the wealthiest people on the planet just take out the middle. He means the middle of the trade. In other words, they may not even get into the market again until it's past. He's using the price of silver. I'm going to ignore that right now. They're not trading in hindsight. I'm not trying to change the subject. That's why I'm trying to edit as I go. The only way to contain this anxiety, the anxiety of missing out on larger profits by leaving early versus the fear of losing what you already have, the only way to contain this anxiety is to decide beforehand and then follow through decisively when the time and exit target zones have arrived. Once you depart, thoroughly disassociate yourself and your image from that investment and never look back. One guy he described takes the charts that he used to trade. Once he exits, he burns all the charts and he never looks back. And anyway, he uses an example about silver, and I don't want to change I don't want to spoil the party, so I won't. She's so sad, glad she's telling all the world. Okay, exit strategy number 2, laddering out. A number of tools exist for measuring the duration and the distance of a price move. I don't know if we can do that here. Sometimes we think it's going to go on longer than it does. And then he quotes I Ching. After you've chosen your targets, place GTC sell stops around those points. Yeah. Anyway, so laddering out, and we've all tried to do that, but have targets maybe tonight or tomorrow or the next day, just with a pad of paper and a calculator, start running some numbers. I use the Fibonacci sequence in lieu of something else, but you can use just the big numbers. But you don't have to get the last bit of this trade to have a successful trade. You can sell into the strength and buy back into dips. You can do that. The market does not ring a bell at the top. Few investors will initially understand when the primary trend changes. At some point, averaging down, buying the dips fails. Jim Sinclair, and may he rest in peace, he said, he's talking about the miners, but I think it applies here. He says early and late in the market, the juniors perform well. In the middle, it's bow wow for the juniors. That kind of describes Fngr over the last few years. In the very beginning, it performed well, and then it's been a lot of bow wow, but maybe now we have our chance to make money. He suggests that you don't want to have too small a picture. If you can imagine and you see here that this stock is going to go much higher, go ahead and it's your shot. Go ahead and trade it that way. Then he gives an example. So then he asks the question at some point you should be asking yourself, assuming somehow that you stayed long in Fngr and it rides much, much higher, are you now willing to ride it down again? And that's, for me, that's what happened last time. All right, exit strategy number 3, listen to your gut. And he explains that that's how we're built, and our gut sometimes senses things. He goes on for pages talking about that. At the very least, when you get a gut feel about your market position, become hyper vigilant until the reason or lack thereof becomes apparent. Then make the response. Many traders set rules on money management, yet when they know in their gut that it is time to take the loss or the gain. They ignore the feeling. And he's saying don't ignore those feelings. Exit 4, enough. Prices revert to the mean. This has always been true. All right, I'm just going to skip most of this. I like this quote from Rick Rule. He said, quote, "Your expectations for the future are conditioned by your experiences in the immediate past. The market is bigger than the morons who are trying to suppress it." I like that. That's true about the human being. We look forward, we drive forward by looking in the mirror, the rearview mirror. Our experience pretty much emotionally over the last couple of years is what guides our future actions. It's a weird thing about our brains and our hearts. Do not go for the ultimate high tick. When he's talking about the miners and gold and silver, he says when it's featured on Time magazine, everybody's talking about it, they're all recommending it. That's probably the time to get out. And you're going to see it here. It will not here so much. With ham calls and with other calls, you're going to see it. Everybody's talking about it. You know, do the Irish exit. You know what an Irish exit is? It's when the party's going, everybody's having fun and dancing and listening to music, doing, you know, smoking, drinking, big conversations. Everything is at the peak of the party. The Irish exit is you just walk out the back door, you don't say goodbye to anybody, and you're home before they know you left. That's the Irish exit. Exit strategy 5, when your significant other says, honey, maybe you should sell, listen to him. It often marks the exact point you should have sold. Exit strategy number 6. Is he's talking about listening to his barber. But I think in this case, you might be able to listen to him. Ham's the one giving you the ideas to be in it. He may give you some clues about when to lighten up too. So he could be your barber that you listen to. Exit strategy number 7 is when other people are just piling in at the high numbers. And then he gives many different technical signals that you can follow. I'm not going to go over them. I do want to call attention to one of the signals that I cannot recreate for you because it doesn't happen very often. But if there's an island reversal or a key reversal, which we've seen before, but an island reversal, that's a huge sign to sell. He also says that professionals pay more attention to horizontal lines of support and resistance than trend lines. I never knew that actually, but that's important. But when the stock if the stock goes, there aren't going to be any trend lines. You're not going to be able to figure it out. He gave a poem that was on a wall in Dawson City, Yukon. And this was called The Spell of the Yukon. It was the it was the gold rush in 18 whatever, doesn't say here. But the poem says, I wanted the gold and I sought it. I scrabbled and mucked like a slave. Was it famine, scurry? I fought it. Was it famine or scurry? I fought it. I hurled my youth into a grave. I wanted the gold and I got it. Came out with a fortune last fall. Yet somehow life's not what I thought it, and somehow the gold isn't all. 1896. All right, I don't think any of that helped. Okay, so during the last innings, perhaps even into overtime, big price drops will be seen as buying opportunities. Price gaps will become common. And so what will start to run out is the time you have to turn your paper profits into real profits. We want you to end up mega successful. All right. And he talks about a bunch of charts. Talks about palladium, and platinum. All right, let me just see if there's one last bit. Then he talks about 6 silver miners, which I'll tell you about. I just don't want to change the subject here. Let's see what you're saying. Stair step to 10, then it's gone. Give it 2 to 3 weeks. Hope back to 100%. I don't know about that. Slowly climbing. Could that be a controlled squeeze? Well, a squeeze gets out of control. It could be a controlled. Let's see what it's doing right now. It could be a controlled covering, yes. And it did get as high as 5 now. But the squeeze by definition is when it's out of control. But yes, they could be buying in. They could be buying in. I don't have a big position, but I'm glad I'm in it. You were going to talk about platinum. Well, let's see what this guy says about platinum. Platinum. So he talks about in platinum, platinum went to, see, I can't show you this chart, I don't think. That chart right there. Platinum went to like 2,400 and then it dropped to 800. Let me see. I'll just read you what it says. In platinum, When prices broke down through 800, leaving an exhaustion gap on the upside and a breakaway gap in the decline. So when platinum broke through 800 on the downside, it was all over for the next 16 years and counting. Observing what happened to platinum, this chart referenced the 2008 all-time high, fully $500 an ounce above the 5-year chart previously shown. A trader would have had at least 6 months to have offset their sandwich trading pattern between $1,800 and $2,200 an ounce. It's true. It went to 2,400 and then collapsed 800. It rallied back to over almost 2,000, and it gave you time to get out before it went back to the low. The best case scenario is demonstrated in the 5-year platinum chart above. After the lofty top above 2,200 and the ensuing waterfall decline into 800, platinum built itself a bull market echo over the next 2 years. Then, over several months, a series of higher highs were registered until the ultimate reaction peak took place just above 1900. Frankly, we don't recall seeing another market which gave the buy and hold crowd this kind of second chance after a collapse. An investor setting out his sandwich trading pattern orders into the highs just above 1850 during the 2009-2012 platinum bull run had 3 sets of opportunities, each comprising several weeks, to have said goodbye, Mr. Market. Looking back from the second half of that same year, would getting completely out $20 or $30 from the ultimate top have been acceptable? I must have missed how he explains that he got right there. I'll talk about platinum, but I'm not going to do it tonight because I think everyone wants to hear about Fngr. Ham saying 3x, 3K, 3K. Is that possible? Yeah, anything's possible. If you have a short squeeze, HKD, trying to think of others, TOP, Volkswagen. Stocks did run, but if you hold your whole position hoping it goes to 3,000, I pity the fool. I pity the fool. My prediction: pain. You don't want to. I don't know how many shares you have, but if you're trying to get 3,000, it should be the last, 1% of your stock or 5% of your stock. You shouldn't hold out. It's trading at 509 right now, 5 to 510. The volume is 218. But you should be long gone. And Kangers, I gave my numbers that I've used, which is the Fibonacci sequence, which would get you out probably at, I'm trying to remember the number, roughly $2,400 So I'm not sure I would even be there. The next Fibonacci number is 4,000. So yes, it could go to 3,000, but what's your point, I guess, is what I'm asking. If you own 10,000 shares and you hold it all for 3,000, that's a gutsy bet. It's a gutsy gamble. You might be right, and that'll be a story everybody will be talking about. But odds are, if you have 10,000 shares, you're holding it for 3,000, it'll trade at 24.60, go a little bit higher, and then just come right back down and you miss. So if you want to trade it for 3,000 for a majority of your position, and I'm not saying only you know yourself, what I would do as a backup is keep a keen eye on when the stock peaks in a strong way, and then there's a 50% roughly retracement over a day or two. You don't have to sell down 50%. Probably you don't. It's not, nothing always works the same way, but probably from 50% down, it'll rally back up. And I bet it'll give you two-thirds of the high on the rally back up, and you could get out there. So as long as you have the discipline to say, I'm going to wait for 3,000, if that's your number you want to wait for, just have the discipline. If the market tells you that, I don't know, 1,100 is the high, and it retraces to 600, and then it rallies to 900, be ready just to change your mind completely and get out at 900, in the 900 range. Well, you can do whatever you want. It's your money. I mean, you have to ask yourself a fundamental question. Am I going to be more pissed off at myself if I sell too soon or if I don't sell at all? And by my own actions last time, I guess I decided I didn't want to miss the highs. And over the last 2 or 3 years, I kind of kicking myself, why didn't I just sell or sell something, you know? It's 5:15 right now, 5:10 to 5:16. If it starts squeezing, one thing is to put I did this last time. I put orders out at the Fibonacci numbers, and they basically are well, that's not the right ones. Here they are. They're 13, 21, 34, 55, 89, 144, 233, 377, 610, 987, 1597, 2,584, and then 4,181. And they keep going. You can look them up, Fibonacci, you can Google them. But then in between there, there'll be stopping points like $75, $100, $150, $200, all the round numbers. People aren't very imaginative. One of my friends in London pointed out to me that in America, everyone says, oh, okay. Oh, okay. And you know what? If you listen, I don't know if they do it anymore, but I came home and listened. Everybody was saying, oh, okay. We're not that imaginative. What's my average price in Fngr? I lost money in Fngr. On the day I used to own something like 35,000 shares. My average price on that was probably in the $1 to $3 range. And then I traded options, I think successfully. I didn't look. And then the last time when I was asked to go be interviewed for the movie, my phone, I was sitting outside with my dog with a coffee, and I was studying, looking at charts and thinking, is that it was the option expiry date. And then my phone just blew up. Where are you? They're there. Why aren't you at the SEC? Are you dead? Are you going to SEC? They're waiting for you. There, you have to do the interview. They have the cameras there. The truck's already there. Where are you? And then I got phone calls from uh, uh, people on the team, and a very nice woman, Catherine or Christian or something, calling and calling, and where do we meet you? Blah 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 blah. So I walked my dog home, hopped an Uber, and got there, and then I waited. Nobody was there. And I waited, and nobody was there. I waited, nobody was there. People were calling and calling. And then they finally showed up. I bought everybody coffee, and they did a little bit of the interview with me sitting right there. And and then we walked down to the SEC. They did more interview there. It all took about 3 hours, 4 hours. Then I bought them lunch, a late lunch over at the Dubliner. We sat outside, and it was lovely. And I didn't get home till 4:30. So in that time frame, they traded Fngr down from, I don't know, I don't remember, but it was something like trading it down from 650, and it closed under $4. So my option positions got destroyed. And not only that, they exercised my largest position for closing in the money for a penny. For a penny. And then Monday morning, they being the market, opened up trading. The criminals knew that this went on. They crushed the stock downward. And my brokerage firm, despite my calling in and bringing in money, wouldn't wait. They sold it out without even calling me back. They sold everything out before 10:30. And so I was totally wiped out of my Fngr motion position. I think I lost 120 grand. So if you want to know what my average price is in Fngr, I lost a lot of money. I don't know why it matters. You want to all be on a team together? You want to all snuggle up later on? That's not how you make money, guys. If you're doing this to be on a team, you're going to go down with the Titanic. You got to be that man that dresses as a girl and gets off on the boat before they notice you're not a girl. You got to, I don't know if anybody did that, but you can't be the men waiting for the women to get off first. You can't be kind. You just got to get off the boat. And do it alone. It's the loneliest decision you're going to make, is when to sell. And you have to give it some thought. I'm not going to talk about any other stocks because this looks like it's happening. But one exercise you can go through in your head, if from a higher number. It looks like Fngr is going to go. We'll find out. Remember, options expiry is this Friday. And remember also that we don't have the facts on what's going on fundamentally yet, good or bad. So this is starting to look like a short squeeze, or short covering or covering of failed to delivers in a big way. So you've been through it. If you've been around long enough, Fngr went to 17, all the way back down to 1. Fngr went to 9. They hired those guys up out of New York, the 3 men, to distract you and go to COSM. They paid those men, and the stock came back down to 1. Well, this time we're now up to, let's see, 510, 515, 516. That looks like 518 is the last price. So does it stop at 10? Does it stop at 17? Does it go further? I think this one could go further. Does it go to these magnificent numbers? I don't know. But what does it matter what my average cost is to that decision you have to make? What does it matter? What does it matter what other people's average costs make? You are in this alone. If you're trying to copy off of somebody else's paper to pass the exam, you won't get out early enough. You have to leave before everyone else makes that same decision to leave. It's hard as hell. It's hard as hell. And you're not doing it to be best friends with any of us. You're doing it to make money for yourself. Your position cannot rock the boat. Oh, please. Don't you rock my boat. I don't want my boat to be rocking. Now it's $5. Amazing. It's amazing. Amazing how it's trading. Well, something to remember. Brokerage firms are taking the buy button away. Merrill Lynch is taking it away. Okay, so David's point is probably that if you sell, you might not be able, if you sell some kind of RIP, you might not be able to buy it back. And that's David's right, that's an important thing to think about. I used to make a list. I had 2 pads of paper. I had a list of all my sell orders, and like I admitted to you, I used Fibonacci targets. And I tried to give percentages, and a lot of it's just throw it out there. And then I made a list of what my goals were if everything came to fruition. That turned out to be a trap for me because I really had a lot of there were a lot of things I wanted to do for people that really mattered, and not so many, other than buying my house back, there weren't so many things for me on my list, at least. I mean, there were some investment strategies on my list, but I saw that more on how to remain independent. Anyway, I got addicted to what I was gonna do for people and me, instead of recognizing, once Frank Benedetto is telling you to get out and go over to COSM on really specious information, and then Lou Bravo is, and then the COSM guy chimes in, and then the band leader comes down. Probably there were some good clues there, but I didn't listen. Been glued to my computer all day, haven't seen 5. Well, I must be slow. You probably have seen it now. Last trade 492. I show a high right now, Big B, of 555. What becomes of the little boys who never comb their hair? They're on the nickel over there. 555 was the high. Thomas, congratulations. Almost finally green. Well, good. Congratulations on hanging out. You can always sell calls. That's dangerous, right? You could sell these Friday calls. They expire in 3 days. Pick a number. I don't know what's trading out there. Sell the 8s. Sell the 10s. And then you might get stopped out and you're like, darn it, it went to 50 and I got out at 10. But on the other hand, it may not move past 10 for 3 days, might be next week. I'm not telling you to do that. It looks like the volume is 2.24 million. And like I said earlier, this last couple of weeks in the stock, it looks like a caterpillar going up the hill. Just doesn't stop. Just keeps grinding. Looks like that truck in the movie with Dennis Hopper that keeps coming in the back mirror. I forget what that was called. AMC. All right, everybody. The key here now, I guess John wants you to go into AMC. AMC really looks like a nightmare stock. I'm not going to talk about it. If you want to go try to trade that for a squeeze, I don't know why you would, but if you do, go ahead. I'm not going to fight you. But AMC and GME have been well and truly tamed as far as I can tell. By the way, the gentleman that used to come on here for weeks telling you to buy Pfizer at $27, I think. It's $22 now. These guys come on to give you ideas. I'm not saying John's doing this, but they want to distract you out of the one that you're in because maybe they have a short position. But they also might be trying to bail out, and they need real trades to try to move that position to trade against in something else that they're caught up in. The market cap is 277 million. So, Radon, I have 3 observations on that market cap. Based on what we know fundamentally, it's way too high. Based on what we don't know, it might be cheap. And finally, it might just be a sign that they are covering, they're starting to cover the failure to delivers, and the market cap's not going to matter one way or the other. Fngr Motion market cap 183, 250. Here's another one, OMEX. Guys, I'm not talking about other stocks or ideas tonight, which you know I'm completely capable of, because this stock that Augustin is talking about is called Odyssey Marine Exploration. I'll try to look into it. But right now, your energy, I believe, should be going toward thinking about what you're going to do with Fngr. When you're walking your dog and you stop listening to Ham or me for a little while, daydream a little bit. And then maybe tomorrow morning, get up early, let the dog out, or walk her, I don't know. But come back to your quiet table or chair with a cup of coffee and a yellow pad and maybe a calculator and start thinking about orders you want to put out. If this squeezes, one, you don't know how high it can go in a squeeze. But if it does squeeze, and I'm not saying it will, we don't know. We do not know. But these are the initial steps that can set up a squeeze. It'll be fast and furious. And you won't have, your thinking is going to be all screwed up. When your account, you take a pic, remember what Warren Buffett said. If your account's good enough to take a picture of it, it's good enough to sell it. But when your account goes to 250,000 and you're like, your heart's pounding, you take a picture, you start calling, hey, that might be, you're not going to be thinking clearly. And I don't know what example it's like when Joe Biden goes out for an interview, speaking of truth, he gets going and he doesn't know that he's lost the plot. There's one person there that has a code and she can get him to stop, and that's his wife. That's a preset code. You need to put your own preset codes out there in the form of GTC orders. I think Fngr's been down so long and has been so devastated. I don't think any of these numbers after 7, after 8, after 10, after 9, I don't think any of the other numbers have any resistance at all. 16, 17, 9. I think most people either sold out in disgust already, or they averaged down, or they've been in it so long, they're going to wait and see. So if it does take off and you all have a squeeze on your hands, I think it's going to happen in 48 hours. The spike, whatever that is the spike 21? Is it much higher? I don't know. There's a guy out there that calls me a crackhead or something because I said in a spike it could go to this number. He leaves out that I discussed the odds of that higher number as being really low. But you got to sit down and kind of think, what do you feel? You've been in Fngr long enough. Your ideas are as good as anybody else's. What do you feel? If it goes past its all-time high at 17, does it go a buck, or does it go 10x? What do you think? And you're gonna know by the volumes, and maybe there'll be a dramatic news story we don't know anything about that changes the story. But if the volumes start picking up, and we're talking tens, if not hundreds of millions of shares that might have to be bought in, nobody knows for sure. That's our problem. But if it does start happening, what's going to happen at the same time as the stock, they're going to try to control it. They're going to have boo birds in trying to scare you to sell, and some people will sell, and so it'll be up, but it'll pull back. They'll be trying to move their positions over to another prime broker or another LLC. But as it goes up, new cowardly short sellers come in with no money, and they'll short it. Tomorrow, someone will probably short it from $5 on the opening, or maybe from $6 on the opening. And then they'll feel good in a while. They'll press their bet, but who knows? By the next day, it could be $10, and then they're scrambling to cover. And that kind of feeding frenzy in both directions can drive the stock very high. And you have enough information for that. Just sit out and draw out a plan. use probabilities. Use probabilities. When I first did it, I drew out a standard deviation curve. And I've told you that Monty Python skit over and over and over again of Ann Elk. Tonight we have with us Ann Elk. She has a theory which she is going to share with us. Yes, I am Ann Elk. A-N-N-E Elk, not A-N Elk. Yes, Ann Elk. I have a theory. Yes, Ann. I have a theory which is to say it is all mine. This theory of mine. Yes, Ann. What is your theory? Well, it is to say that this is my theory and it is indeed mine. Yes, we understand it's yours. Well, and it goes on. And then she says, my theory is the dinosaur is very thin at one end, much, much thicker in the middle, and then thin again at the other end. That's it, is it? Yes, and it is mine. Well, and you seem to have hit the nail right on the head. Thank you. I have another theory. Thank you. Anyway, that's the standard deviation curve. 2% are going to do disastrously on the thin tail end. 2% are going to do beautifully on the thin head end, and 60 to 80% are going to be right in the big fat part of the dinosaur, and more likely 40% are going to be right up the middle of that carcass if it were killed to eat. So do that when you sit down with a pad of paper. What are the odds? If I think this is going to squeeze like other squeeze, I'll give you the numbers I saw in the big squeezes. Almost all of them went 10x from the breakout. I think there was one that went 5x from the breakout. Most of them went 20x and 30x from the breakout. But what is the breakout? Is it 7? Is it 9? Is it 17? I would probably use $9 because that's the high from before. But if you want to be more conservative, use 7 or 8. But most of the big squeezes from the $9 range, there was one that did 5x, but most of them did 20, 30x. A couple did 10x. Quite a few went 100x. Quite a few went much further than 100x. So if you're looking at probabilities, if it breaks 9, I think you can have pretty high probabilities. It's going to 20, it's going to 30, and those kind of numbers if it breaks out. But as you pick those higher numbers, the odds are much lower. So you just have to put your orders in. You have to put your orders in as you're comfortable with it. Here comes the $5 break. $8 tomorrow. Well, I don't know about $8 tomorrow. I don't know. One of the things that goes on in the stock market when you have options is that as people buy calls, the premiums go up. And it makes sense because the options people don't want to create the calls unless they're getting paid to take the risk. I don't know that anybody uses the cover call strategy with a stock as volatile as Fngr, or one that's in a parabolic move going upward. But there is a tendency when the premiums get extreme that there's money out there either to buy the stock and sell the calls for that premium and try to take that premium in, or to create a fictitious share, a synthetic share, using options. And now they can use futures to do that. So I think you got to keep, I don't want to be negative, the stock looks great, but you got to bear in mind that come Friday, a whole lot of premium's going to disappear. Whether it's just because the people sell their calls, or they let them expire and the premium shows up in their account. But just by definition, Saturday morning, a whole swath of calls selling at a premium disappears. And that takes away something that could be very significant, or it could be very minor. And I know I don't need very, but it's a conversation. I think Friday's a big alert. I think Friday's a big deal. So we just have to be aware of all that. Of course, the flip side are these gamma squeezes that I don't understand, don't pretend to. It's just, I assume, the flip side of what I just described, where the option traders get in trouble and they're short calls and they have to scramble to cover. But anyway, if this busts over 5, it doesn't look like there's much protecting it until about 13. Well, let's look at the chart again. Why not? Let's look at it again. This is, I think, a 3-year chart, and I can't really read the numbers there. It looks like it only goes to $10. So this is the most recent move to 9. And let me see if I have another chart here. Yeah, this is the one that goes back to 17. Yeah, I think it's already surpassed my downward green trend. I think that $8 range and the $10 range might be something, but I doubt it. I doubt it. I think it can go right through that if it wants to. If anything, the $10 number might, well, both of those. 8, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 times it tried to get through 8 and failed with a lot of volume, or went a little higher. 10, it got through once, but 10 seems, this next time, if it goes to 10, will be its 3rd time over the last 3-4 years. And the 3rd time can be the charm, but it can also cause a pullback. And then it's the 4th time that punctures through and keeps running. So I would think that about 10. 10 could be a pause, could be at 8. But neither one of those seems to be a big reason to stop if there's covering going on. That $16, $17 level, the all-time high, I don't think that's going to matter. So you might be right. I don't know about your 13. I don't know. I don't say you're wrong. because I'm terrible at charting, but I don't see any significance in 13. I think it'll go right through 13. Um, Sold some to buy G-Bucks and Wolf. Still have 700 left. Well, I don't want to get distracted on the others. I will just point out to you that G-Bucks has to do something on that deal this week. If the guy buying 30% of the company wants to, I mean, anything's negotiable. Anything's negotiable. But if he wants to get it done in time to get his 10% warrants, which is pretty significant position, it has to happen this week. They can negotiate something in the contract to make up for that if he misses it. But I really think G-Bucks has to happen this week. I know Ham has said to us that after Fngr, he's going to come back around to G-Bucks. But I would be very much inclined that if nothing happens with G-Bucks this week, I'd be inclined to think there's other places to go. Having said that, this is the week. This is the week. And getting that deal that they've already announced completed would be a bolt out of the blue. I don't know a lot on Wolf, but I would say that I'm totally against nuclear power. What Fukushima has done to the world, every time you see puppies playing, and I find myself watching puppies all the time, it takes 1 or 2 or 3 generations for the radiation that's in the northern hemisphere, in our farms, in our crops, in our fish, in our water, in the air that we breathe, in the sky we fly in. And Hillary Clinton, who cares about you, and there's someone, if you want to match truth and Hillary, they're the same, they're the exact same definition in the dictionary. Right, she's in other parts of the dictionary: care, compassion, concern, honesty. She's all over the dictionary. But she, right after Fukushima happened, as Secretary of State, with her training as a lawyer, she decided that better than all scientists, she would sign into law that the United States of America would buy fish, seaweed, rice, beef, sake, and all sorts of goods from Japan without testing for radiation, without a concern about Fukushima. Fukushima is, I heard, the last analysis I heard is that Fukushima as an accident is 36 times worse than Chernobyl, 36 times. And that, but in that analysis, that was just a start of the analysis. I'm against nuclear power. We are not trained, our bodies and our animals, we can't sense it. And the earth has protected us from all of those elements all these years. And now, mainly men, for wealth, have destroyed the planet. Fukushima was built on top of an enormously active earthquake zone. There were records of tsunamis going back thousands of years. It was also built on top of an underground river that came out of the mountains. And they took the design of the reactors, instead of spending money to start from scratch. Westinghouse and one other, I don't know if it was Bechtel, they just took the design of reactors that were in submarines and made them bigger, so that the waste was stored in pools like in a submarine on top of the reactor. So when the 3 explosions happened, all of that waste went into the fields, into the forests, into the rivers, into the ocean, into Tokyo. And every time you drink sake, all it takes is one buckyball to ruin the rest of your life. Every time you eat fish, every time you drink water, there's no way around it. But anyway, have I made it clear that I'm anti-nuclear power? Having said that, there's this huge rush to this fake wealth called Bitcoin and other things, but you need energy to create it. You need energy for AI. And so the world is going to go into this new future that's green. But to do it, we have to create power that brings the elements from the sun, which our planet protects us from. We have to bring them down under our magnetic shields and live with it, so a few people can get rich on Bitcoin. But anyway, having said that, Wolf probably is a great buy in that scenario, because there's going to be demand for the nuclear power that Wolf helps provide. Ham posted that the real short started to cover per Morgan Stanley. Well, that could be, David, what makes it break out tomorrow. And then you can use your numbers. If it's truly breaking out on high volume, I don't think you have to sell. I can't give personal advice. You have to do your own thinking. But I doubt you have to sell before 5x, believe it or not. I would skip all the lower numbers. Let's say it broke out at $9, hypothetically. I don't think you'd have to put your first sales in until 5 times 9, 45. And if you want to use the Fibonacci numbers, that would be, maybe 34 or 55, 34 or 55. But if it breaks out, you're going to see a huge move initially anyway, if it breaks out. Well, I don't want to move to California. I don't know what TDS is. Tourette's? I don't know what TDS is. But she does sound wonderful. I'm not that old. And when I was younger, for quite a while, I always dated older women. I'm talking when I was much younger. But I suppose it depends. Does she live in your basement or in your attic? I could deal with the attic. I look like Albert Einstein. I've been, during my life, I hear when I was working with horses and going around with, it was fun. They would confuse me for Bobby Baffert. People would come up for my autograph. When I traveled, they'd confuse me for Steve Martin. There's some guy that yells "woo" or something. They confused me with him, whoever that is. And then I met the Fonz. People sometimes mention that, but there's somebody else. They always say I look like Steve Martin. There's one other one. It always has to do with my white hair. All right, everybody can go over to Lion's live stream. Is Ham calling in? I don't know. The 5-minute candle wants to be the one that breaks 5. Are we certain that the shorts have lost on Fngr? I also having some shares. Are you a computer, or is English not your first language? Anyway, it's okay. I don't mind if it's not your first language. I get afraid of the bots out there. No, we don't know. We don't know. But all I can tell you, I'm not going to tell you any cautions. I did that a week ago. And you heard me say them, so I don't need to say them again. The volume here and the steadiness makes it look like the shorts, the real shorts, which I guess were 3 million, but I could be wrong on that. It looks like they're trapped. They're having to. That's what the volume and the trading looks like. And then to have Ham say that the real shorts starting to buy in, according to Morgan Stanley, that's big news. And by the way, 3 million doesn't sound like a lot, maybe. But as they buy that in, the stock goes up, and there'll be other cowboy shorts around the New York, Boca Raton, maybe Germany, Canada. They'll just set up their computers, and they're in these sweatshop offices using somebody else's capital, maybe Stevie Cohen's, and they have a market maker, and they're just managing risks, so-called risk. There is very little risk if they short everything. Everything's in their favor, but they will sell. So if Fngr opens tomorrow at 7 or 8, there'll be people shorting it. New people, not the criminals. Well, you could say they're criminal, but it'd be a new set, because they'll be selling stock they don't own, selling stock they don't intend to deliver. But Bill Clinton made that legal. His administration did in 1994. Brokerage firms can use your collateral, and they can tie that collateral down to derivatives or anything they want ahead of your own interests, your interests that paid for it. I guess because they exist. I guess God promised it to them 3,500 years ago. I don't know that you know that the shorts have lost. You also don't know that the shorts will continue to lose. I mean, a lot of you were in GME. It ran to 500, I guess. Well, you'd say the shorts lost in that. I guess Melvin or Marvin Capital was going to go down. Stevie Cohen and Ken Griffin bailed them out. poured money in to bail them out. Why? Well, it's probably they didn't want to see contagion. And but then who made the money from 500 on down? Probably wasn't the same amount of money on the way down as on the way up. But who made it on the way down? Probably Stevie Cohen and Ken Griffin. And that'll come into Fngr at some point. It doesn't look like now. It does not look like now. The trading in the stock is telling you the volume with the steady on upward movement in price is telling you something. You have to make your own interpretation, but I'm sure a lot of it is crossing and spoofing and coordinated trades, illegal as hell. But that's the world we live in. But there's got to be, with that kind of volume, there also has to be either you are buying it all, or there's new investors buying it all, or there's as you put it, shorts in trouble. James, I'll give you that one. I don't know who that is, but I appreciate your comment. Lord of the Grift, hilarious. Even Ham don't waste his time anymore. All right, so you've got some people here who are short, and they intend to have fun with you over the next few days in Fngr motion. So they're here. I don't know what to do about assholes like Hogan Smith. What he does is evil. Does it make him evil? Probably not, unless he I don't know what crosses the line, but he behaves in a very evil way, this Hogan Smith. I'm exercising my two Why would you do that? Just sell the calls. Aaron, why would you exercise Oh, you're afraid to be out of the position. If you sell the calls, then you're not in it. So you want to exercise, own the stock. Okay. I mean, maybe that makes sense. That way you only have to pay whatever, $2 a share for your shares. But it's a very expensive way of owning the stock. I think it would be better just to sell your calls, take the profit. If you really want to be in the stock again, buy the stock, but you could also buy, if you can stand to do it, wait until Monday and buy the June calls, but then you'll be out of the position for a couple of days. And with my luck, that's when it'll run. But it's really stupid to exercise your calls financially. But there might be reasons if you just don't want to be naked the position. Yeah, I guess it's up to you. I'm 30 cents from break even. Great feeling. So you rode it all the way down. You never got out, and you probably didn't average down. I don't know. So you know a little bit about yourself. You're very likely, if the stock goes to 9, hold it for more. And if it comes back down to 6, you'll hold on. And if it goes down to 4, you'll hold on. You know that about yourself. So you probably want to think through a few scenarios. If finger motion opens up and there's huge volume and it gaps and it starts leaping, you probably don't have to sell anything. And you come up with your own targets, but you probably don't have to sell anything from 5 or 10x of the breakout. Question is, where do you mark the breakout from? I tried to do it on where the chart showed that the trade actually was the highest for the longest period of time. In my charts, I could only go back 5 years. So you can do it that way. You could also just use the most basic of rules. If it doubles from your cost basis, sell a third. And if it doubles again, sell another third, and then let it run. That's what my bosses always told me to do. It never made sense to me because it doubles, you only sell a third. But that was the rule they taught. Did I follow it? No, not really, because I was young. I always, but some discipline like that probably makes sense, particularly in your case, because you had a chance to sell at a profit and you didn't. You had a chance to just get out with a small loss and you didn't. So you know something about yourself, and that's good to know. You're likely to freeze as the stock goes up. So just write it down beforehand, like be your own Jill Biden sitting next to Joe. And, look, if this stock really breaks out, I don't think you have to sell a whole lot before 5x. You can take that risk, I think. But you have to judge it, maybe take your original money off the table. If it really starts running, that's when you start using money management. I'm going to take twice my money off, 3 times my money off. I'm going to sell, or I'm going to sell it all. And if somebody else gets rich, at least I know I have this. You got to have a game plan. Otherwise you'll get lost and you'll lose it. Exercise the calls and make them go into the market and buy. Yeah, you can do that, but if everybody does it, you're right. On the margin, that can have a big impact. It's gamemanship, and it might work. It may have worked with AMC and GME. I don't condone it, mainly because it's against the law if I were to tell everybody to do something like that. So I don't. But I also think it gets you caught up in us versus them. There's no us. There's you. There's me. When this trade is over, it's your money. And if you choose to hurt yourself by not selling while you have a profit, that's one punishment that you'll live with the rest of your life. I live with it looking back just 3 years ago. Or if you sell too soon and you don't experience a profit after all of this long, painful waiting, that's a kind of punishment. Or if you sell the stock at 20 and it goes to 80, that's a kind of punishment. You're not going to get it right. But I tell you what, I'd rather tell the story that, I don't know. I don't know if Cadillacs are good cars. They used to be. I made enough to buy a Cadillac, but if I had held on, I could have bought I could have bought a mansion. Well, at least I got the Cadillac. If what the story I have now, looking back, is I should have gotten out when Frank, Lou, and Gus came on. I should have, would have, could have. That's a shitty position to be in. Yes, I agree. I think the volume, not only your point that the volume should increase, I think the volume is showing us something. Somebody is buying. I don't think it's computers, although it could be. Everything's computerized, but I mean, it's not fake algorithmic buying. It doesn't seem to be. But I'm sure there's a lot of back and forthing, but it just looks so steady. It could be new buyers, new institutions. It could be that the trade war between China and the United States disappeared, it seems. There's a lot of things it could be, but you're right about the volume. Yeah, let's go Fngr, absolutely. There's no more short shares available. Well, she wears shorts. There's the typical William Fudd. Well, Hogan, get it one way or the other. The other day you told me that I was a crackhead for saying it could, 3 years ago, I said it in a squeeze, it could go to 2000. Pick a side. I'm either a fudster or a promoter. You pick what I am, but stick with it. Stick with it. Don't have me on both sides. Friday is triple witching, so that could have a major effect on the stock. Yes, it could. I haven't studied the open interest, and so I don't know it. But I imagine if there's big positions of calls versus puts, for example, or whatever the game they have going on, Friday could be very meaningful. But that can work both ways. I may eat this orange because my throat, I ran out of water. Once we actually hit 5, then you can claim it happened. All I know, somebody asked me, how high would Fngr go in the short term? And I said over 2 weeks, I thought it would go to 350 and it might try to get to 4, but I said I'll stick with 350. Well, I was wrong. It's 506 right now. So I can't tell if Chris is a robot or a short because his English was not very good, but that could just be a typo. But here he wants to call to your attention that you're up 3 or 4 times. He may be one of the shorts that's trapped. On the other hand, his point is a good one. And we'll only know looking back, will we? If Fngr goes to 9, 8, really ate something like it did last time, and they pull all the stops on the other side and they get it to come back down. Selling at 6 is the majority of the trade, and maybe that makes sense. But if it breaks out tomorrow and the next day on strong volume, it could go to 30 or 40 before you know it. So, I don't know. I don't know what I would do. If I were in the stock, I would have probably already sold by today. But it looks like that's the wrong decision. It went another $1. So it's got to be your own call. But it looks like we're in the middle of a buy-in of the short position. Or something we just don't have the information on yet. Earnings later this month, 2 weeks. I don't think the earnings per se will do anything one way or the other, but the management discussion is what I'm looking forward to. And the fact that once they've put out their annual report, you could see corporate actions, or maybe which would be brilliant, a JV partner. I think if they could strike a deal with SAIS, that would be huge. But that's just in my own head right now. I'm up 86% and nowhere near my exit price. And that's right. George Soros didn't get rich betting against the pound by covering, once he was, using your example, once he had doubled his money. He studied it. He made an assessment of probabilities, and he said, I'm going for it. And he became a billionaire. And then he did it again recently. So you're right. I mean, this is a trade that you know a lot about. And you're in it this far, trusting the information that you've heard. Is that the right thing to do? It's what we've done, and it got us this far, so we might as well ride that same horse at least a day or two longer. I'm green after 2 years. So this is an interesting point. I admired your fortitude and that you didn't trade it, and you didn't get blown out. I mean, you can do anything, but once you're green, you could start buying puts if they'll sell them to you, to make sure that if it goes down while you're waiting for it to go up, that you stay in the green. It's expensive though. It means more money. You could sell calls in the short months and just take in premium for the next many months and start building a premium machine, but you run the risk of getting taken out of your position. Or you can just let it ride. You've waited this long, and might as well see what happens and try to get the reward for the wait. anything can happen. And if you wait for the whole group to decide, it'll be too late. But for me, the movement, I think the chart's getting extended, but that it can extend much, much further. But just this, it moves steadily. It's relentless, and it climbs on good volume. It doesn't get ahead of itself. They try to get it down. It keeps going. I think it's going higher, and possibly breakout higher, which is a shame. I wanted to own the stock for myself, but I'm very happy for everybody else. I hope everybody makes a lot of money. Smoked trout is good. Smoked trout is excellent. Mutual funds and other institutional investors do avoid stocks under $5. And now we're 5. Yeah, it's a good point. That is a good point. Kristen Shaughnessy posted an article that the Anson Funds is going down. The court case is going forward, and they will be doing jail time. I hope so. I hope so. I have this play for over 2 years. I had written it off as debt. Of course, you didn't write it off for tax purposes. I don't know how much you have, but man, you'll look back sometime and recognize that you could have sold it at some point. I don't know. Been out of it for 31 days and locked in tax losses. Of course, then you wouldn't be in it long term right now. So I guess it's just as good not worrying about tax consequences. I had written it off as dead. My main play is XRP, as everyone's is. Everyone in XRP is a genius, and it's going to be the best thing ever. And I'm sure that's true. I like XRP, but and it's given a good run. Okay, I only have 1,300 Fngr swinging for the fence, not selling it anywhere near $5. But, so that's good. So you write that down. You can live with that. That's fine. That's fine. That's a perfectly good trading decision. But then the question still comes, what is the fence? How much is enough? Are you going for $30 a share or 144 or, or 20, you still have to try to decide that out. One way to do it is put your orders out in hundreds or even 50s, GTCs out, and just run it right up the ladder. I wouldn't, if this breaks out, I wouldn't sell before, I wouldn't sell before 20, but I probably wouldn't sell, I don't own it right now, but I probably wouldn't sell before 30 either, hoping to really catch the squeeze we've all been waiting for. But do you sell some at 55? Do you sell some at 89? Do you sell some at 144 or at 100? I don't know. You love XRP. So maybe you make it a goal. You write down how much XRP you have, and you make it a goal to sell so you can triple your XRP. I don't know. Any plan is good. What's bad is no plan. Because bad spelled backward is dab, and a little dab will do you. Hey everyone, are we in pre-squeeze mode? I know, that'd be fun. I hope it squeezes. I really do. Always take your original profit, learn from AMC. Yeah, but what does that mean? That's a bumper sticker. It all sounds good, but it's hard to sell. How do you take your original profit? If I took your words at their face, I would just sell everything I had when I broke even. Or do I wait till so I can sell 10% to take my original money off? It's an art. Even with these little certainties, it's still an art. And right now, it feels like Fngr is going. So I would probably play it out. But Fngr's on a fundamental, for what we know fundamentally, Fngr's expensive. So, or fairly priced. But remember, we don't have all the facts. After the earnings report, maybe there's an announcement that blows our socks off. And maybe that's why the stock price is going up, because somebody knows about that. I don't know. None of us know. But I think Drew's correct that you need to consider when you're going to take your original money off the table. I would even, after all these years, I would think you would want to take your money off the table and, I don't know, maybe a double or something just to pay for it. But I can also see the angle of, after all this time, just go for it, at least in the early stages. But there will come a time where you have to make a lonely decision. No one's going to tell you to do it. And you look at your account. You want to take a picture of it, send it to your brother. Maybe sell a quarter, sell a third, sell half. As soon as you want to take a picture of it, maybe sell 80% of it. Anyway, it's something you have to, it's just something you have to decide for yourself. I like this gentleman who's going to let his 1300 ride. I don't know where Ham is, Bob. You can hear him a dozen times a day through his space calls. You can re-listen to them. You can follow him on Twitter. He updates probably 100 times a day. And he's already given you calls today. I stayed off the air Sunday, yesterday, and today. Well, I went on Sunday night, and immediately someone said Ham's having a call, so that I was discombobulated. So I know anytime I go live, Ham's having a call. Tomorrow I will not go live during the day. You can find Ham early in the morning, mid-morning, during the afternoon, late afternoon. You will hear Ham if you want to. Ace put a video on exit strategy. Well, that's Ace is a good guy, and that's exactly what you need to do is have a strategy, whatever it is. After the loving, where does Fngr reprice? None of us know. But my guess is a fair number would be somewhere between $3 and $10, maybe more. But it all depends on news and revenue projections and all of that. There's a lot it depends on. But my point being that if this runs into tens of dollars or hundreds of dollars, you know it's not going to stay up there. So an exit strategy is very important. I'll just take a minute here. My channel is opinion. My channel is educational. My channel is informal. And nothing on this should be construed, whether it comes from other people or from me, should be construed as financial advice. It is obviously, when people talk about their ideas, it's obviously what they think. And if a gun were put to their head and they said, "What's your advice?" it would probably be that idea. But none of us know each other, really. I don't know any of you in terms of what your assets are, what your outflows are, what your income is, what your age is, how many dependents you have, what your job is, all sorts of things. So for me, I can't give individual advice at all. I can give, hypotheticals, and I can talk about what I see, but it's not financial advice. None of it is. 800's a good position. 800, if it goes to 25, is that 10,000? Let me do the arithmetic. It's not 10,000. It's 20,000. 800 times 25? 20,000. That's pretty good. So if you got out at 25, you could go buy a monster box of silver and buy your chickatita. You could buy your chickalita dinner. Volume too low. They're not closing positions. They're only making the short bigger. Volume and multi-millions combined with price appreciation is a clue. Yeah. I think it's possible that they're buying in part of the real short. But what does that even mean anymore? They could be buying in a troubled short that doesn't bring in capital, and then a buddy of his could be shorting the stock, and the same prime broker is lending the shares to him. So I don't know. There's a piece missing in my understanding of what is going on. But I think you're right for the so-called naked shorts, the undelivered position that's really large. I think you're correct. That volume has not even begun to show up, if that is what's going to happen. I remember after Benedetto, Bravo, and Fliakos got involved here with COSM, I remember watching with my own eyes that on the Fnr website that the shorts sold 100 million shares of Fngr in 10 trading days. 10 trading days. That doesn't exist. It didn't exist then. So have they covered it since? I haven't seen any evidence that they covered it. Did they do it slowly over time, or move it to Germany, or hide it in a warehouse that Ken Griffin burns down? Maybe. But more likely is it's still sitting out there. And if that starts being bought in, your kid is absolutely correct. The volume numbers are going to be gigantic, and they won't be just 100 million, using my example, if it is 100 million. It won't be as simple as adding up 100 million in volume. All right, they're done. Although that'd be a good starting point. If you're watching the stock move and you see 100 million in volume, that might be one of your first indications. I got to start looking to see maybe I should get out. But I think it has to be much higher. There's a lot of ifs in this example. But if that 100 million is still there and the stock starts to trade up, they're not going to be able to cover all that 100 million right away. They may. So it depends on how they put the order in. But if it starts where the prime broker allows the client to do it, they're going to do it slowly, and they're going to try to manipulate it. And then you're going to have other shorts, opportunistic shorts come in, and then they're going to be blown out. And, getting that 100 million covered is probably not going to happen until the operations manager or the regional manager or the person that owns the bloody firm says there's 3 ways to win on Wall Street: be smart, cheat, or be first. And someone's going to say, just buy it all, pay whatever you need, buy it all out. And then you're going to see huge price moves if that happens, and huge volume. That's assuming a squeeze does indeed take place. It's kind of exciting to think about. We are about to get paid. Yes, we could, but be ever wary. Be ever wary. Bill Michael, I think Kit is correct. The volume is way yes. Okay, that was Kit's point. Yes, I think I hate changing my point of view, but if I had purchased Fngr sort of in that $4, $10, $25, maybe even $30 range that I wanted to, I didn't, but I didn't have money. If I had had money, I would have. I think I already would have sold. I would already be out at 350 range. But if I had some of it left over and I was looking at the trading right now, I wouldn't be in a hurry to sell tomorrow. I would not be in a hurry to sell tomorrow. I would want to get more information. And I agree, Bill. I think one of the things would be volume. I'd like to see what more volume does to the price of the stock. And if I had to guess, It's right now, where is it trading? $5. It's incredible that they're doing this much trading, extended hours. I guess it closes in 15 minutes. We'll know more tomorrow. It could gap open tomorrow, and it could gap open on a huge volume. Not knowing what number to give you, I would just pick a number, 10 million in volume on a given day. That would get my attention, 10 million. We're nowhere near that yet. $22.44 break point times 5. Times 5. Where's the 22.44 come from? I don't remember the stock ever trading at 22.44. But I would agree with you. If I were putting out orders, I don't think I'd start below 21 right now. And I probably wouldn't start below I wouldn't start below 21, but I might not start below 34 either, or 55. It's all dreaming. But if anything makes it break out, why is it going to stop, at 10 or 15? If it breaks out, they're not going to be able to stop it. So I would go with higher numbers. So you're saying 22 times 5, so that's 100, basically 110, and then discuss. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not a bad strategy at all. I don't think we've seen the volume yet. Wake me up at 100, I might consider selling a bit. Yeah, 100's a good number. I think I'd focus on 55, 89, 144, 233, 377, maybe 610, maybe 987, maybe 1597. But I think I'd focus in the hundreds range. None of us know. None of us know. It might not even squeeze, though. So Lion wants you to know that it's not financial advice, but in his opinion, 2 million plus volume traded is chump change. It looks pretty good to me, but yeah, I would agree. If we're going to have a buy-in, it's not the number. Can anyone monitor order flow? If we have an idea of how many puts the shorts have, couldn't we guess? I think Ham's your best source of that feel. I think he'll have most of the information, and I think he'll have a good sense of it. And I think he'll let you know. I don't think he's going to manipulate the information for himself. But I gave you the way I think I would do it, Reddit, is if you believe there's 250 million shares which have been sold without being delivered, or you think it's a lower number. I told you I saw with my own eyes 100 million, brought it to 110. Pick a number and then watch for that volume. Volume is often crossing and spoofing and fake. Volume is often buy and sell. Volume is often new selling. So just taking the first 100 million in volume and saying, oh, they covered, is probably not the right answer. But it's a start. When the volume totals 100 million, you can put one of your alerts up. If the volume totals 2 or 300 million, you do it again. This is all sounding Looney Tune if it doesn't squeeze, by the way. So what we're talking about is if there's a situation where we're in a squeeze. And I think that's an important distinction. Otherwise, somebody who doesn't even have a name will call me a crackpot. I'm at 200%. You're pulling your original investment and the rest can ride. Perfect. That's a great strategy. You got to know Mr. Smith. You got to know your own personality. Kitty knows 50% retracements happen, particularly in fast markets. That's true. Fast parabolic moves usually do a 90% retracement. Yeah, what goes up must come down, said Wernher von Braun. While you sit there in your shelter, you can see me on your TV. So long, mommy. I'm off to drop the bombie, so don't wait up for me. Yeah, there aren't any puts. I know that. There's very little put volume. Hey, Zizu. Ham says 3,500. Well, anything's possible in a squeeze. Anything's possible in a squeeze. I don't think we're in a squeeze yet. And probably if we ever are in a squeeze, it'll be too late to buy for sure. And it may be too late to get your head straight on how you want to exit, unless you're a fast thinker and can live with quick decisions, the impact of quick decisions. But I don't think there's any harm of imagining what if there's a squeeze, what I'm going to do. And in a squeeze, by definition, look, if you have 100 million shares to buy back and the float is 20, 25 million, there is a price at which some of that float might come out. And there is a price at which the company might sell stock. There is a price for everybody. But if there's only 25 million in the float and the rest is all locked up and they've got to cover 100 million shares and there's other shorting going on the way up and there's other buyers on the way up and there's institutional buying, and they finally give in and they just say buy it all, yeah, the numbers could be very high. But if you're trading, Eddie, for 3,500, you are a loony. 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 You if you're trading all of your stock for that. It's a ballsy move. Why not? It just depends on your own temperament and your own goals. You own 1,000 shares, and you're tired of having the sand kicked in your face, so you're going to put your 1,000 shares out at 3,500. Stranger things have happened. It's very low probability bet, but it could happen, and then you change your life. Well, I think Lyon's wrong here on in a squeeze. There'll be no rational thinking. I mean, I can't get across to people that the market cap of GME is ridiculous. For some reason, having Cohen in charge and mentioning Bitcoin, that stock's worth $20 more per share than it otherwise would be. So there are disconnects that happen when it comes to market cap. I think eventually the GME market cap is going to go from $27 a share to $4 or $5 a share eventually. There's nothing that Cohen can do that's genius. There's no evidence in his career that he's a genius. Could he start a new retail game? Maybe, but there's a lot of transformational crap going on out there. I don't see it. But people will insist it's valid because he's buying Bitcoin and it's going to be the mother of all squeezes. So everybody has a reason for their market cap, their value that they see in a company. But in covering, the market cap's going to be a complete irrelevancy. What Ham's talking about when he gives those high numbers, I presume, is he's talking about an order going out from, let's say, Jeffries. We're not going to take your bullshit anymore. We're just going to buy everything in your accounts that is not delivered. We're going to buy it at market. And it doesn't matter what the market cap is. It just matters they get those shares bought. And they'll pay any price, bear any burden, meet any foe. Stay calm and enjoy the fact Fidelity tipped their cards, so the intrigue continues. Yeah. Look, if there's a setup, I mean, I suppose G-Bucks could surprise us this week because they've got to get it done this week if the guy's going to get 10%. But in terms of short squeezes, and by the way, I think that it's taken so long I think it's 50-50 at best. But in terms of short squeeze setups, Fngr's trading like there's covering going on. It's either someone manipulating the price upward for some motive on their own part. I don't want to explore that because I've already talked about that, and I don't want to talk about that now. Or it's that some gigantic thing is happening. President Xi is divorcing his wife and marrying Li, and the company is now going to be the main project of the Communist Party in China. Just making something up that makes it bigger than you can imagine. It could be a JV or something like that. Or and other investors know about it, got wind of it, and they're in buying, which is always possible. Or first the real short, and then the undelivered shares are going to have to be bought in. We'll find out. What do you think of it? What's realistic? I mean, you've got to separate it into the stock trading and a short squeeze. And then you got to throw in there that the guys up in New York, Chicago, Toronto, Boca Raton, they have a lot of lucre, and they can go hire people to come tell us to buy a stupid company that the guy dyes his hair. At least he doesn't get confused with being Albert Einstein. He couldn't get confused with that because he's a functional idiot, but he's a drum major and he's a genius. He's got an accent and he sounds smart. And but they have tricks to stop it. So we got to be aware of that. It's a lot of moving parts here. If there's a short squeeze that goes to its full potentials, potential numbers, people are going to lose their jobs. Probably at least one broker will wobble, if not go out of business. People might go to jail. Some of these hot dogs could lose their jobs. They could be in physical harm's way. They're going to do everything to fight back. So as I agree with Kit and many people here that, anyway, I don't have to agree. I just look at it myself. I think that if the stock breaks out, and we're at a point where it hasn't quite done it, but it's close. And man, it keeps coming. The volume's there. It literally is like a bulldozer going up the hill. You don't need Sisyphus anymore. We have a Caterpillar tractor. We're going to push that rock over the top. I don't think I would put any cells out below 21 or even 34. You can use other numbers. I use the Fibonacci numbers. You can use round numbers, your own. I might even start with numbers at 55 or 89 and be ready to change them. You can always change them. I don't know how high I would go. Is Fngr going to go higher than AMC or GME? It could. It could. It could. In a squeeze. In a squeeze. I think Lion, unfortunately, I don't own it. I wish I did. I think I would be considering selling calls against, a quarter of my position that expire Friday just to take in a little premium. Next week, I might look at the calls for June. I probably wouldn't do anything in the first week. But maybe by the second or third week of June's calls cycle, I might sell the June calls for a quarter or a third of my position. 'Cause I don't think, for me personally, I would be looking at trying to get my original money off the table, because if I owned it right now, because it's been such hell that I would want to get a good return. But maybe if the stock breaks out 7 or 9, um, I don't see any reason why it can't go 5x if we're squeezing. So like I say, I might put my first orders out at 34, 55, 89 if we're squeezing. And then I might take enough money off the table that I feel like even if everything else went pear-shaped, I earned the pain and suffering for 3 or 4 years of trading the stock. I think we're in a lucky situation that this isn't the only squeeze story out there. It's probably if it works, that's a big if, it's probably the one we understand the best. But you can get out and place your money somewhere else and still have the potential for outside gains. I mean, we're in an insane part of the cycle. Absolutely insane. It used to take 3 to 5 years or 7 years to make 100% on your money. Now everybody wants to make 100% in the first 2 days. And Fngr Motion has done 300 to 400% on your money since January. It's incredible. Those are incredible returns. They really are. They really are. Could we get a lot more? Sure. But don't be blinded by the light. It's something in the night. What's that word? A doober in the night. She was blinded by the light. 3K, I'm retired. Well, you're also crazy to hold it till 3K. I can't blame anybody for wanting to do that, though. Oh, God, what's Ham's handle? I don't know. Ham gets kicked off and back on over and over and over again. My best suggestion to you is when you go to Twitter, you go to the search section, you put in $FNGR, FNGR. That's the trading symbol for Fngr Motion. You can also put in hashtag F as in Frank, N as in Nancy, G as in God, R as in Robert. Hashtag FNGR. And just read the entries that come up. The first one that says ham in it is probably ham. The second one that says ham in it, and it looks like the first one, is probably ham. The third one that has ham in it and is talking and looks like the other two, that's probably ham. The fourth, fifth, sixth, 10th, 20th that says ham in it and looks like all the rest, that's probably ham's handle. And then just follow him, and he'll put out his calls very frequently. I have $506 calls that expire Friday. That's tough. I think there's 3 ways the stock opens tomorrow, of course. But I think the stock looks like it's going to open up tomorrow. The shorts are going to try to suppress it, so it could be down. We'll know. There'll probably be pre-market trading. I don't know your goals. I don't know your capacity to take risk. If you can go until Monday to buy 500 of the June calls, you'll save a lot of premium, ceteris paribus. But the problem is there's 3 more days to get through. I think for me, if I had 500 calls expiring Friday and the stock opened up tomorrow, I think I would sell them for a profit. And at 10:30, there'll probably be a pullback, but that's risky. That's risky. But there's always seems to be some pullbacks. And if you're really insistent on owning 500, I would go out to June, but the premium's going to be really high for June. So another thing to do, I mean, you don't have to sell all of them. Another thing to do is you have the 6s, sell 500 of the 7s, sell 500 of the 8s. And then if the stock runs, at least you make a buck if you sell the 7s. If it doesn't run, you took the premium in off of the 7s or the 8s. I would be really looking to get that money, maybe with a profit, but I would be trying to get that capital into the June trading period. And possibly you get lucky and you can take some money, some profit off the table. But I think it's really playing with fire to hang on to 500 calls. I mean, if they go to, I don't know if I can get a quote. I mean, you can get, oh, those are the $6. I don't see the $6. I assume the $6 tomorrow could open. You might be able to get 50 cents for them if the stock opens at 6. But at 5, I bet you can get 30 cents tomorrow, 25 cents. That's a lot of money. The bid, if Fngr were to go up to 6 tomorrow and then have a retracement, the bid will disappear on those 6s. So I would just really be looking to, you made a brave bet. But I don't know your situation. Maybe 10 grand is not a lot of money to you. So only you know. $12 and a half grand if you get out at 25 cents. And it'll be hard to replace 500 calls in June at such an attractive price. But maybe on Monday you'll be able to do it. But then you're not in the play for 2 or 3 days. So I think Ham would say these are junk calls. Ride it out, and if it works, that's how fortunes are made. If it doesn't work, you lose the 12.5 and you establish another position next week. You know, you could sell probably, if the stock opens at 6, you could probably sell 500 of the 7s, I don't know, at 15 cents. Bring in 7,500, and as long as the stock doesn't close above 7 by Friday, that money's yours. if the stock does run to close above 7 by Friday, you sell your calls essentially at 7 minus what you paid and the strike price. So you make $1 minus whatever you paid on 500. That's 50 grand. That's not bad. That's not the home run you want, but at least you're taking something out, because you've got to admit there's at least a 50% chance, at least, that those expire worthless on Friday. So you just have to decide, am I trying to get some money out of this week, or am I letting it ride, going for the greatest score in my lifetime? Because you're probably not going to be able to buy 500 calls in June. If you got 12.5, I bet I probably can tell. I can't tell you the sixes, but the June 5s. It's not giving it to me. The June 5s are trading at 75 cents. So bid, the ask is $1. So you're probably not going to be able to reestablish 500 calls without adding money. And you might have that money. If you can wait till Monday, and everything else is equal, the premium will be cheaper Monday than it is this week for your June calls. I don't know. It's a decision you have to make. I would be selling. It's all premium right now. I would be trying to take some premium out. You don't have to sell those calls if you don't want to, but I'd sell the 7s if they trade. I don't even know if they trade. Sell the 8s at a crazy price. For Friday, I'm talking about, just for Friday. Anyway, if I can get 1,500, I'd be set. Look, if who's that chick? The billionaire actress, blonde. Anyway, you know, if a beautiful blonde actress worth $1 billion, whose name I can't remember right now, called me up and said, let's get married, I'd be set. You got to be realistic too. And also, you don't have to make all your money in finger motion. I don't know your position, but 1,500 from here is insane. It's insane. The odds of it happening from this point have to be less than an eighth. Probably worse than that. But you could get out where the odds are more realistic. Maybe you get out, just to use your wild numbers, maybe you get out at 150. I can give you 2 names and a metal that I think you can get 10x on from that 150. So I think once if finger motion goes to high numbers, you have to start thinking about diversifying that asset. I know it's insane. These are all speculative, crappy stocks. But if you're in one position, like Fngr, and it suddenly blossoms to be valuable, and you decide you're going to wait for 1,500, overnight, it might get to 1,450. And the next 2 trades, it's 600. And by the time you adjust to that, it's 250. And by the time you even think, it's 100. which is still good. And maybe that experience is worth it. But I think if the stock, on the other hand, suddenly is trading at $300 a share, it really makes sense to start thinking about, you know what? I'm going to take a third of this. I'm going to put it in this stock that I think can 10x. And I'm going to take a third and I'm going to put it in this precious metal that I think can 10x. And I'll keep a third and we'll go for 1500. I don't know. But it's all your tolerance. It's all your wealth. It's all your situation. That's a good point. When you see a lot of unfamiliar recommendations, you're right. That's good. You're currently in the green. That's great. Oh, paid 15. Matthew's right. You could just reduce your position, but that's not why you're in it. You're going for it. I guess, Micah, what you got to do, and tonight you're too tired to do it. In the morning, you can think about it. You've got to decide what you think Fngr is going to do for the next 3 days. And only you can choose that. I think it looks like it's going to open up tomorrow. They're going to overnight. They're going to try everything they can do to get it down. It may just go up pre-market and then be flattish in the morning. But the way it's trading, I think it's going to go up tomorrow. That's my call. Could be wrong. At some point, it's going to stop going up. But do I think it's going to run before Friday? Yeah, it could. Because it feels like somebody's buying, and it could be a buy-in. I think that green line is 7. I think it's going to have a hard time breaking through 7 over the 3-day period. But as soon as I say it, it will. Oh, I wanted to take that down. I would sell calls against the position and then try to reestablish on Monday morning. But then you're not exposed to the upside you want. So one thing you could do is sell calls and then use those proceeds to buy some June 6 calls or 7 calls, and then wait till Monday to buy the remainder. There's no perfect answer. No perfect answer. All right. I lost all the questions. Darn it. Why do I lose questions? I lost everything before that. I don't know why. It might be storage or something. Anyway, so I can't answer. I missed a lot of questions. All this time waiting for MMTLP, and now Fngr may pay off. Yeah, I hope so, Dennis. I hope so. Just think if everyone who should have gotten paid in MMTLP went into Fngr. Well, we're not through it, yes, but that's right. I'm just trying to get paid. You don't have to make all your money in one stock, but this might be the one. There's just no There's just no accurate way to predict it. Is there any logic between the potential price levels Fngr can reach? Yeah, I can't show it to you. I already lost a bunch of questions by going over and getting that chart that I just showed you. Manny, you can look up, well, I'll show you. Why don't we just do that? According to Robo Markets, the 5 biggest short squeezes and they don't give any charts. Okay, according to Yahoo, the 10 biggest short squeezes of all time. They don't give charts, but we can go through the names, I guess. GameStop, Tesla, AMC, Clover Health, Alibaba are names they've given. AMC climbed close to 550%. So that's 5.5x. Of course, from what number? You have to look at the chart. Baba. This is too much work to do right now. Reliance Industries. Let's see if they give a number. It traded up to 3.1 trillion. They don't give the prices. Then Piggly Wiggly from a low of 39, the stock went to 60. Then it went to 124. Harlem Railroad, Cornelius Vanderbilt. Herbalife, Kalo Bios. Anyway, it's too hard to figure out right now. But what I did, Manny, back 2 or 3 years ago, I took as many names as I could find. I went to a stock service. I printed out the charts. I studied them with, different colored pencils and straight edges. And I just counted it out. And so you can do it. Is it logical? No. There's no logic in a squeeze. There's no logic in a squeeze. So if you want logic, Eagle Bank's paying 4.5% for a 9-month CD. That's logical. Short squeezes are not logical. They are the behavior of a mass of people who are emotional. Some are greed, some are fear, some are losing money, some are making money, some are dreaming, some are acting rationally, and you've got a buy-in going on. And you've got other opportunistic shorts happening. So historically, you can look at what other short squeezes have done. And you can come up with numbers. But it's all guesswork. It's all bullshit. It's just a game plan. It's just a game plan. And then they hit the ground ball right at you with the bases loaded. I went into MMTLP big. I went into Fngr small. Well, I don't want to talk about MMTLP. Anybody here that's still in MMTLP is crazy. You need to be in Nextbridge. There's no guarantee that Nextbridge is going to work, but I will make a projection that by the next decade, I'm just debating if I should pick a year inside of that decade. In the next 10 years, but I think it could be 7 years. I think it could be 5 years. I think it could be 3 years. Oil will be trading at $500 a barrel. $500 a barrel. And if you're in MMTLP, you have a worthless piece of shit. But if you're in Nextbridge, and if Greg McCabe is able to navigate the physical threats against his team, if he's able to navigate the physical threats against the bureaucrats who put out the leases, if he's able to navigate the horse trading of deal flow, and if he's able to navigate the desire by the criminals to bankrupt his company, he survives all that. And I think he will. I think he's as good as they come to bet on. I've never met him. I spoke to him once. There's going to be a shortage of teams. There's going to be a shortage of deals. There's going to be a shortage of men and some women who know where to drill. And you're going to get your money back in Nextbridge. It's just not going to be instantaneous like you're dreaming of in these short squeezes. That was the deal when you bought MMTLP. You had a chance at a short squeeze, or you were going to go into a great private oil and gas company. Well, you're in the great private oil and gas company, and it's not the fault of the dinosaurs. It's not the fault of the team. It's not the fault of anyone trying to fight. It's the criminals, and they're trying to exterminate Nextbridge. I don't think they're going to be successful. But if you still have MMTLP, I don't know. There's no hope for you. Oh, wow. It's at AST. Well, I don't know what you paid for it. Let me just, you couldn't have paid more than 8, which is what I paid. 68,348. MMTLP / Nextbridge. Let's say you paid 8. I don't think you did. 68,000 times 8. That was the high. So you've got $500,000 in Nextbridge, and you've got 9,750 Fngr. So you need Fngr to go to $60 to get your money back on if you paid $8 on MMTLP. It's possible. It's possible. Have mercy, this is on fire. It feels that way. Oh, here comes the guy. This guy is someone to watch out for. What do you mean by dilute, Axel? What do you mean? Facebook did one of the most anticipated IPOs in history at, to my memory, $38 a share, which was dilution. Dilution. The stock traded down to 20, probably guys like you. But you tell me where Facebook trades today. It's so stupid and shows what a puny mind you have or how manipulative you are. If Fngr Motion has a contract to build out exclusively, we'll find out when the annual report comes out, the C2 vehicles for the entire nation. We'll find that out too. And they can ramp up to building, I don't know, 1,000 a year. And the profit on each of them is 25,000. And they have income streams afterward. Well, all of a sudden you have a stock that's worth, I don't know, $25 a share or more, and has income and is growing and is a long-term investment that could go higher, and you call that dilution? If they don't raise the money, they're going to lose the contract. You would rather not dilute the stock because you're just as stupid as a rock. The company should turn down growth. It should turn down income. It should turn down revenues. So once a company goes public, Axel, because you're a functional idiot, they should never change their cap table. Never change their capital. Don't dilute. So they should let contracts go by. They should let acquisitions go by. They should let assets go by. Just don't dilute. I don't know how you sleep at night. All you're doing here is to try to steal. You think it's good because you're skilled. You're selling, you're shorting, day trading, puffing your cigarette, acting cool, selling something that you don't own. Well, it's criminal. He can do the 15 in Jan and come out smiling good. Oh, buy the 15 calls? That's a long way away. Won't squeeze to those numbers. I don't know if it's going to squeeze at all, by the way. I really don't. I mean, if you had asked me 2 weeks ago, and some people did, I thought there was a good chance the top was going to be 350 for the 2 week period, just the 2 week period. I was wrong. So you have to change your belief based on what facts are, and facts are the volume is very strong. The volume doesn't seem to be from manipulated sources. Doesn't seem that way. So there's more information to know. I don't know that it's going to squeeze. To me, Volkstoy, the question is, if it does squeeze, let me just ask it a different way. If it goes to 35, why do you think it stops there? In other words, if it goes to 35, is that a squeeze in your definition? And I think it probably is. Well, the question is, why would it stop at 35? That's the only thing I have trouble with. If it starts to squeeze, why is it going to stop? They have a lot of shares to buy back in. Now, obviously, we've learned a lot of the reasons they stop. They stop when Ken Griffin comes in and bails out the shorts. They stop when Steve Cohen comes in and bails out a short fund. They stop when the shorts bring a crappy company in front of us, and the shorts promise that company financing if the CEO will lie to us. And then they bring in other people they pay. They do that. They do short selling from offshore. They bring their shills. So you're right. There could be things that stop it. But I also wonder, I just think if this is a covering on a massive scale, which I don't know, but if it is, I don't know why it would stop at 35. It's confusing. Maybe we just don't have enough information yet, and we'll learn more tomorrow. We'll certainly learn more Friday after the options expiry, and I think we're going to learn a lot May 28th or approximately May 28th. Of course, if it takes that long, then the momentum for the squeeze has probably been dissipated. Look, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. GTII was a piece of shit company from the start. But there were shorts like you, Saggy, that got caught. For about 2 or 3 years, the CEO was working closely with a couple of guys that were working closely with others, trying to catch out the shit that the Kramers did. Now, in retrospect, was the CEO in with the Kramers? You might know. You might know. But for about 2 years, year and a half, the company, or at least the gentleman that was having the most influence, they were causing a whole number of things to try to catch out the shorts. It remained a piece of shit company with no revenues and nothing. It just had a huge short. But they brought in Beyond Blockchain. They brought in Cebu Inu coins. They brought in a Picasso. They brought in NFTs. They brought in a law firm. They brought in a gold company. They brought in a health company, an eyeglass company. They brought in a Trento mining deal. And there's one more I'm forgetting. They did a special dividend. And so they did everything they could think to beat the criminals, who I assume you're one of. It didn't work until it did. In about Thanksgiving of 3 years ago, 2 years ago, the stock went from under $1 to $9. So what the criminals did then is they paid Lou Bravo, in my judgment, they paid Frank Benedetto for sure, but also in my judgment, and they paid and paid off a CEO of a company called COSM. The pitch was sell GTII, buy COSM. The CEO is talking to me. The CEO is not going to do a reverse split. The CEO is changing the name. That'll cause a squeeze. The CEO is changing the CUSIP number. That'll cause a squeeze. And they have contracts. They have contracts. And the CEO is not going to do a deal. So some people were fortunate enough to buy at 20, 22 cents. Shares were probably given to these other guys. The stock ran to 88 cents. I'm talking about COSM. And immediately the CEO, his payoff for helping the criminals, they did a deal at, to my memory, 33 cents a share. And they did a big deal. So the CEO was able to make money offshore trading, and he was able to fully finance his company. That was his payoff. Lou got paid off, he died, and Frank got paid off. The stock immediately started collapsing. It went from 8, 7, 6, sat at 5, sat at 4, sat at 3, 250, 2, 151, and then down to 50. I told everyone, Saggy, you asshole. I told everyone approximately that August that my information was there was palace intrigue, and there was a lot of effort by the CEO to come in and put his hands on everything. And this was a huge change over the year and a half that the team had been trying to catch out the shorts on you, been trying to catch you out on behalf of shareholders. No one listened to me. No one listened to me. I think the stock was $3 or something. You can look it up. I'll look it up. And then over the next 9 months, I kept telling people, you know, it's a good time to take your losses, maybe sell, maybe go into another stock position. I had several that I offered as ideas. And the one I ended up choosing was Logic, which you guys destroyed as well. So it was out of the pan into the bucket. But GTII was squeezing. It was squeezing. And you all were successful in stopping it. And then you used legal tricks. The short position moved as a responsibility from the Kramers over to Alpine. And then Alpine got sanctioned in writing for the short position. Then they filed an inane lawsuit using the same attorneys that the SEC uses. They filed a lawsuit in Florida. Then that moved to DC. And then in the meantime, everything's been moved around. Then they hired a guy you did out of Chicago that's a derivatives guy, runs a derivatives fund, to be the CEO. He came in, worked out a $20 million payday for himself, and he worked with the current CEO. The CEO started taking money out, apparently, according to filings. And so GTII, they started looting it, and they started protecting you all. Now, you want to blame, because you're an asshole, and you're having fun with it, you're a thief, you want to blame people that were trying to point out a potential short squeeze and working hard on it. And in my case, I warned people. But then you just want to come in with a comment, what about GTII? I don't know if you're bragging, gloating, but it's just stupid. That was a multi-year fight. You guys won. You won. You absolutely won. You corrupted, or he was corrupt already, the CEO. And you've won hands down everything you did. And could you do it with Fngr? You did it with Fngr at the same time. Can you do it again? I don't think so. But you might. You guys have all the advantages. You have no conscience. You're dumb as a brick. And you consider it a job to steal. And, you know, you win. It's money, and everyone's on your side. But no, Fngr is not a distraction from GTII. GTII is worthless. Everybody lost all their money. And there may be a chance to make a new investment in GTII, but why not make a new investment in something else? Away from you and your asshole friends. No, GTII is worthless. And you're not even funny. You don't even have a sense of humor. Imagine going through life without a sense of humor. Trying to pick up shekels and lira and dollars and florin. I bet your wife clips coupons, even though you steal in such volume. You know, live in your own hell. You don't have to come on here. I'm behind $1 an hour. All right, not only does the market not like squeeze, the company doesn't either. Well, Volkstoy, I see it differently, but I agree with your point. I think if it squeezes, in other words, if it breaks out, what would I mean by that? I don't know. If it broke out at 9, or if it broke out at 17, or maybe one of the numbers in between on high volume and just took off, I don't agree with you. I don't see any reason why it would stop at 35 or stop at 100 or stop at 300 until all the shares were bought back in. But I don't know the likelihood of that. I'm much more with your observation that it might not squeeze, that the company might not let it squeeze. I don't want to go in that tonight. I spent a lot of time talking about it last week, and I just don't want to do it again because it causes, I think it's caused a lot of negative reaction. Even though the CEO in his interview said the exact same thing I said. I didn't know he was going to say that. But nobody's mad at the CEO. People are mad at me. So I don't want to go back through it. But I think, Volstoy King, I actually think the company has a responsibility to make sure that they can fund the entirety or as much of the C2 contract as they can, and maybe other contracts too. Yeah, institutions can buy at $5, but middle ground, they haven't been told the story yet, so they need to know the story. And the market cap is $250 million on a company that's not profitable yet and has 35 million in revenue. So yes, they can buy. And I guess what you're pointing out is there may be institutions who trade and they have risk desks, and maybe you're right. They would buy this for the short squeeze or for the potential they see in the future. But you're absolutely right. Will they buy tomorrow? That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to be negative a month from now, after the earnings comes out, after the management discussion comes out, after there's an update on a new contract maybe, or a new JV maybe, or something. But I wouldn't expect institutions to come in buying unless they're already in the stock or already know the stock. That's a different thing. We're speculating on every single thing. If there's institutions offshore that are familiar with Fngr Motion and Fngr Motion's investors, and maybe their contracts, and maybe they know something we don't know, they could be in here buying. But anyway, I'll scale out before 30. See, that's a good plan. That's an excellent plan. It's other people can do other things. Friday is triple witching, yeah. Trade on a percentage rather than a dollar amount. Everybody's got to do what they're comfortable with. But I think your point's well taken. I think we have an embarrassment of riches. All of a sudden, there's a dozen companies out there that we can talk about going up 2x, which is fantastic. I mean, just talking about Fngr, I think January, February timeframe, I said you can get 2 or 3x, maybe 4, but I think I was pretty focused on 2 or 3x. And I threw in the 4 or 5, but I said, this stock can go to $3, $4, $5, maybe 6. I said that all the time. But then in my heart of hearts, I thought it would, in the short run, probably get stuck in the $3.50, maybe $4 range, but $3.50 was my choice. Well, here it is. We're probably going to push 6 tomorrow. And that's a great move. I just can't tell you. And this is your point. But if you bought the stock at $1.25 and it goes to $2.50, you've doubled your money. And now it goes to 5. That's 4x in 3 months. Man, that's a huge move. And I wouldn't blame people for taking that profit. It's a huge profit. But we got in it, and I got in it before, for the big squeeze, just like people tried to play GTII, GME, AMC. Those were all real squeeze plays. And I'd say right now people are in Fngr for the squeeze. So I think you're looking at it much more rationally. And I think which I respect, I think you're saying, hey, take advantage that everyone else is looking for a squeeze. and get out. I mean, gee whiz. If it went to $30 and you paid $1.50, that's 20x. I'm telling you, it normally takes a decade to get 20x. I don't have a job right now. Can't find one. I have 600 Fngr shares. It runs to 100. I can make 60. Well, I hope it does. I hope it does. And I hope you recognize if it doesn't get to 100, I hope you recognize the change in tides and get out at a, at still a good price. And I'm sorry you don't have a job. That could be happening to a lot of people soon. And I know how tough that is. It can be debilitating. If you can stand exercise, I have gout is my biggest problem. So my exercise isn't great. I've been trying to walk a lot, but I'm going to look into exercise. That's one thing you could do to get your frame of mind better. The other thing, believe it or not, is if you can, I don't know, do some things, training, try to imagine, I don't know where you live, but try to imagine a new world where it isn't all trading, where DEI disappears, not because of the rules, but because our world changes and men have to do the work because women can't. Carpentry. Women can do these things. They just choose not to. Jobs that women don't want right now are probably going to be the jobs that make the most money in the future. So maybe you can train yourself to be a plumber or a electrician or a roofer, but those might not interest you. Maybe it's planting apple trees. I don't know, anything you like to do. But go improve yourself, and maybe think about what God means to you, and try to learn a little bit about that too. Fngr is going to make some people filthy rich. Yeah, I hope it's all of you guys. I hope it's all of you guys. And the guy to listen to for the sense of the trades and all that is Ham. Oh my gosh, something's going on with the sun. I can't deal with it. If the sun attacks the earth, I don't know how to handle it. I don't have answers. But I just don't, this time, I don't want us to make the same mistakes we made last time. And each of us has to make our own decision on that. I can't tell people what to do. Maybe the best thing to do this time, Alan, is to hold on and become filthy rich. I'm kind of in an indecisive point where my original thesis has come true, but it's also been proven wrong in the sense that I thought there was a chance that this would be as far as it went. And now it looks much stronger. Is that my mind playing tricks on me, or is it what the chart's saying and what the volume is saying? So I'd have to say, I'm not ready to say it's going to squeeze, but I'm very much open to that it could. And I think anybody that doesn't look at the data and look what's in front of them and be open to that, maybe my interpretation was wrong and maybe now it is really set up. And I'm not saying I ever said it wouldn't squeeze. I just didn't feel it would happen anything would happen prior to the annual report and some sort of news happening. That's what I said. Well, now the annual report's only 3 weeks away, so my outlook doesn't have, I could still end up being correct. But I'm very much on the alert tomorrow to see if Fngr breaks out. That's where I am right now. If it does, you're right. There are a lot of people could get rich. G-Bucks is, as you know, G-Bucks announced, I don't know, 9 weeks ago, that they, or less than that they had found an investor for 30% of the company. The largest shareholder was going to put up the majority of it in his shares. The criminals went to work to suppress the price, and that may have changed the willingness of the investor to do the deal. I don't know. But they have to get it done this week if the investor wants to get the dividends that are being proffered. And this week's almost over. You got Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So in a way, G-Bucks has to announce something tomorrow. And if it does, it could be off to the races. But I don't know that G-Bucks is definitely going to squeeze. I'd have to say it's not giving that indication right now. As you know, Fngr didn't give that indication, so you might have to wait. I don't know what to tell you about that one. I sold Fngr after hours. I hope it squeezes for you all. I'll be cheering. Good for you, Ryan. I was red for so long, and when I saw it and pay off my car loan, I went for it. Bravo, 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 bravo. Everybody, we don't have to do this together. And I like that, because even if it doubles tomorrow, you'll know you paid off your car loan. And if it goes down tomorrow, you're going to go, wow, thank God I paid off my car loan. None of us know the future. And bravo, Ryan. I think that's great. There's nothing wrong with what you did at all. Aaron, your exit liquidity will be long gone before that amount. Yeah, I think Volkstoy's speaking with a little bit of wisdom there. I've been buying 1 share of Fngr every trading day. Today, good for you. My average is 183. Look, Aaron, not that you care what I think, but I think if Fngr squeezes, and I don't think it's not obvious. well, that's the wrong word. It's pretty obvious something's going on. But I'm not 100% clear that Fngr is squeezing right now. Ham seems to have a good call on it. But if Fngr squeezes, I agree with you. I think it can hit 100 and maybe go higher if it squeezes. Just to run that down, if I'm not going to go to that chart again, it'll disconnect all of these messages. But if we use $9 as the breakout point for Fngr, which I think an argument could be made that's the number. It could be 7, it could be 17, but let's use 9. I think in a short squeeze, the least upside I saw, the smallest upside I saw in a short squeeze that I studied all those charts was 5x. So 5 times 9 is 45. Typically, they all did 10 or 20. So 10 times 9 is 90. So I think you're right. It could happen. Yeah, congratulations, Ryan. I really think that's great. I also think it's good that you're happy for everybody else to make money. I really think everybody needs, anyway, you don't need to. You do it if you want to. But you got to kind of sit down with yourself and figure out what your goal is. Paying off your car is a perfectly good goal. Perfectly good. I don't think you should be moving anywhere. Don't pay any more money. Best of luck. I'll be your exit, anything over 35. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Look, we're up against a dastardly, devilish foe. You're not automatically converted. You're not automatically converted. That's if you're putting that up there to mislead people, shame on you. If you believe that, you're wrong. You're not automatically converted. I guess I got to do another video on it. Over there in my stack of papers, I think I still have the fact sheet issued by Fngr and it's on Nextbridge's website. In order to have your shares that are no longer shares, they're just a chit. In order to have your IOU of MMTLP transferred to the transfer agent, you have to ask for it. It's not done automatically. If you're waiting for automatic, you're playing the victim. If you're calling into your brokerage firm and asking them to transfer your MMTLP to Xfinity or whatever the transfer agent is called, then you're taking charge of your own life and you're being your own champion. Hey, Barbara. You paid $740? You're like me. So you paid $500,000. Yeah, I paid $8. I don't think it's worth $2 right now. I don't even think it's worth $1. But I do think you have Greg McCabe working in such a way as to bring value to shareholders without diluting or without improving his position or others. So there will come a time when this will be worth $80 a share. I'm just throwing a number out, but it will come. If, there's a lot of ifs, but it can happen. It can happen. And it's also excellent advice. If you transfer, I would just leave it alone. And if it plays, it'll do it in the next. If Fngr plays, it should, and Ham's been saying it should be now. If Fngr plays out, I think I would be more confident on the next one. I don't think there's any correlation. I understand that feeling, but Bud Black only had, was that his name? He only had one company to sell to greed is good guy. And after that, he didn't have anything else. So Stoney wants you to buy XRP, HBAR, XLM, QNT, XDC. So it's not financial advice. You can do that. My strongest, and I didn't want to do this tonight, so I'm not, but I think if you have big profits in Fngr, I don't agree with Stoney. I think the single investment that all of you should do without a doubt is silver, as long as it's under $40. And we'll talk. I don't want to talk about it tonight, but it'll be better than all of that crap. You just implies things I didn't say. You don't even know what diluting means. You don't even know what, and then I'm the dummy? Okay. I'll take that. I'm the dummy. I'll take it. We have Nextbridge. All right. It shows up on our statement as zero valuable. No, you don't. Oh my God. You don't have it. You don't have it. You don't have it. You don't have it. It shows up on your statement as Nextbridge because your brokerage firm is printing it as Nextbridge. And instead of MMTLP, all you have is the chit. I don't know of a brokerage firm, I guess there could be one, that works with Xfinity so that they print your holdings at Xfinity on your brokerage account. I don't know of one. So you don't have it. What you have is an MMTLP chit that they changed the name of to Nextbridge, and you believe them. That'll work fine if the criminals are successful. They've already convinced lawyers and at least one of the regulatory bodies that Nextbridge is a public company because it's reporting. And so if Roth Capital can do this financing and then have Nextbridge trading, those will work because they'll be fake. And the entire fake position will transfer into Nextbridge, and we'll be back where we always were, where we have a 10-cent stock. If that happens, it doesn't matter. Everything's worthless anyway. But if Greg McCabe does not trade, which he should not, I don't even think he should go. What he doesn't factor in, this Johnny Tobacco, rough voice, I've been doing it all. I'm not working with the crooks. Oh, yeah. I don't know. He might be a great guy. I've never met him, never spoken to him. He might be. But if Nextbridge starts trading on blockchain, all the criminals need are derivatives to do what they do. I wouldn't trade. If you don't trade, they can't screw you. I would stay private. But no, Dennis, it's okay. If you're happy with it, I would say eventually Nextbridge is going to be trading, and the entire short position will just roll into the gray, opaque market, and you'll be fine. You'll have a worthless stock, but you'll be fine. You will not have helped Greg McCabe at all, but you'll be fine. Your statement shows it. If there were ever any indication that people were going to move their shares and Nextbridge 165 million shares actually got claimed, you'd be in a lot of trouble. But Double D has done his job to convince everybody that doing nothing is the smart thing. It's just playing a victim. They're all working together. They're all working together. And they all go to the same temple. XCN, SWFT, ZBKN. Yeah, it's good to have other ideas. And you guys could all be right. I don't know anything on any of the stuff you're talking about, so I'm scrolling through it. That's good advice, Alan. Okay, so they're talking about crypto, and I will point out that I saw an article. Look at this. Who's been telling you this? S&P surges into the green for 2025. A giant short squeeze. Well, here, let me see here. I want to find this article. I might not be. There's an article I saw that says crypto is about, here it is. The next major bull market in crypto has begun. The next major bull market in cryptocurrencies has just begun. While the investing world obsesses over stocks, Bitcoin has more than doubled. Litecoin is up 46%. Doge is up 65%. Ethereum is up 70%. So I'm open to listening to you. Do I think Fngr is moving because of the new SEC chair? No, I think one thing might be happening is the China trade looks to be back on. For a long time, it looked like China and the United States were going to go so far as to delist or not trade each other's companies. And I think one thing that might have changed is that the trade war, or whatever you want to call it, with China is on hold, and that might make Chinese stocks less uninvestable. And we're not a Chinese stock, of course, but we get painted with that brush. I don't think Atkins is anything. But look, I could be wrong. I could be wrong on that. Fngr has been suppressed. And that's worked against its results. But I think Fngr is two things. It's a fundamental story and a short squeeze story. And maybe right now both are coming in alignment. Thank you, Danny. I think Trump is interesting. You know, I really hope he surprises the world over there with the Saudis. MBS is interesting. He's pulling Saudi Arabia not only into this century, he's emphasizing the importance of Saudi Arabia on the world stage. A huge young population, highly educated, and I think the Middle East is going to be, you know, obviously India, China, other parts of the world, but the Middle East is going to be, I think the whole Middle East has a population as big as the United States. And up until recently, just had one city to blow off steam in. That's changing. And in Saudi Arabia, it's a big part of it. If you listen to Trump, they're building the infrastructure for bigger industry than just oil. So he's interesting too. BAM investor called the last week to a T in Fngr. Well, Stony, I'm not good at it, so I'm glad you found somebody that is. I don't know who he is. But that doesn't encourage me as much as it would others, because I think a lot of the computers use the exact same technical analysis. So to notice it means maybe the computers are doing it. I don't, I'd like to know that this buying isn't just computers doing the buying. Obviously, all the trades are done by computer, but humans buy a lot of stock too. Yeah, I agree with Volstoy. I was thinking while I was talking, I do it more by the X than the percentage. But if you're doing it for yourself and this is your trade, I like what that gentleman did. He said, you know what, I can pay off my automobile. You know what paying off your automobile is? That's what, $500 a month that you don't have to pay? And it's the 24% interest. It's incredible. Um, so sometimes doing it from a money standpoint might make sense but if you're in the trading business, the investing business, I agree with you. But I'm also, a lot of you trade daily and you trade by charts. This guy quoted Jim Rogers. I read all of Jimmy Rogers' books, but I don't have them with me. So I just can read his quote. If I can find it. I didn't want to mark up this book, but maybe I should have. Maybe I should have. Can't find it. Jimmy Rogers, where are you? Anyway, his basic point is you can't trade all the time. I'll find it for another time. But the point is, you don't always have a trade to do. So you can't trade all the time. That's me. Oh, he called the move for 440. That's pretty good. XDC is the stock market tokenized. It's funny, Ann Wagner must be against that because then everybody knows everything. Stock market tokenized. If you don't get rid of the ability to put all those tokens in a pool, and then Goldman Sachs can create derivatives against them, I don't trust it. But no, the answer isn't blockchain. The answer isn't blockchain. That's not the answer. I'm too tired, Stony, to think it all through to answer that question, but blockchain is not the answer. Tokens are not the answer. Settlement is the answer. Settlement is the answer. I don't, there's records of every trade in the United States. The amendment to to Article 8 of the UCC Act under Bill Clinton allows the banks to pool your assets and give you an entitlement instead of a certificate. Why is that going to change under blockchain? They'll have better, you would argue they have better record keeping, but they're still just going to give you an entitlement. If XDC is a way of bypassing the current DTCC and the current exchanges, well, then you got something. Then you got something. Just pray for him and move forward. You're a better man than I, Gungadin. Better man than I. But it's good advice. I'm listening to it. I'm not dismissing your advice. I'm listening. DJT is up $1. That one's interesting. Dennis, it's not Nextbridge. Thank you, Silver Miner. Dennis, it's not Nextbridge. I have Fidelity, same thing, but it's not. Only Nextbridge is at AST. He's right. They just changing the name to try to solve the problem. They were tired of the phone calls. What time to be alive? Yeah, it could happen. Uncle Andy, I've been buying XRP. I like XRP, and I think Lou gave a great recommendation on that. I think well, Volstroy King, I think it's very important to live in your own generation, in the sense, you know, your own generation. I know mine. You know, I mean, it's not a taboo or anything, but I think investing, your generation loves crypto, absolutely loves crypto. And so it's something you know, and you should do. I'm fascinated by it, but I don't know that the planet can take the power demanded, the destruction caused by the power demanded by crypto. But you know, crypto is a very interesting item. What did I read about it the other day? I'm too tired, but it's interesting, the history of how crypto got started and the problem it solved. And anyway, I think it's great that you're studying and understand crypto, and I'm not against crypto. It fascinates me. The only caution I give is I remember when every .com bomb was the next big thing, and they crashed, and then they were all crammed down. And I know that modality is not going to happen here. That process is not going to happen here. But it still could be that a lot of the cryptos go out of business and money's lost. So the other problem I have it with a Volstoy King, I don't think crypto's money. Yes, the dollar's down 98% from any time you pick, whether it's 100 years ago, it's down 98%, whether it's Richard Nixon with taking the gold off the standard, it's down 98%. I bet the dollar's down 98% over 20 years. It seems like every time they give you a chart, it's down 98%. But if you give me, I don't know what Bitcoin's trading for, but let's say Bitcoin's trading for $80,000. If you give me $80,000 today, I'm pretty sure I can buy a used Ford pickup for 80 grand in September. But if you give me one Bitcoin, I might be able to buy 3 trucks in September, or I might be able to buy a used Volkswagen Bug. To me, that's not money. This time is different, everyone. This time is different, everyone. Big fun for Asia, whales coming to buy Fngr. There, I think Pharaoh might be on what's really going on. This is Occam's razor right here. This makes the most sense to me, that somebody is buying it and they know something we don't. That makes the most sense to me. They know something we don't. And that would be exciting. My favorite speculation is that they have a joint venture with SAIC. That's my favorite speculation. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your kindness. I'm holding a sack of Fngr. Feeling good about it. Yeah. Volstoy and others, not just Volstoy, others do make a point about how you should trade out, just trade for percentages, whatever. And I think that's all right. However, if you're not a trader, like I'm not, although I can do it, but I'm not somebody that sits at my desk and wants to, it's just not me. But if you're somebody that likes the stock and you've built a position in Fngr and you bought it for all these things to line up and happen, you might as well wait and see that they happen. The only thing I'm reminding everyone, and for me, I should just talk about myself. the first time Fngr ran up, I think I sold 1,000 shares, but I had a lot of stock. It was nothing, and I forget what I needed that for. I needed it for something, and then it went all the way back down. And then the second time, I don't think I sold any, and it went back down. So maybe I should just be talking to myself, not trying to convince anyone else. But we've learned a lot that these stocks, when they run up very quickly, and they always find their level again. If Farrow's right, and he very well may be, it makes Farrow's point makes the most sense. Fngr will go up and come down and stop at a higher level. So that's why MH, there's part of me that says, let's find out what that potential news is. Let's hear the annual report. Let's get a little more data here, because if they do capitalize this contract, this could be a, I don't know. I don't have the info, but it could be a $7, $10, $15 stock. It could be some number based on whatever their strategy is. But thank you, MH. Ron Paul says, chance to unscrew your future. Unchain my heart. Crypto is mostly off books. Well, that's one of the aspects I like about crypto, is they take bank financing away from Goldman Sachs. We don't need all those assholes in glass windows getting their shoe shines and their knob rubbed and their every whim catered. They're not smarter than you are. "42, you're young. You're young. Very young." I screwed up I'd screwed up on one decision back then. Is gold $1? Well, no. Gold is, I don't know your question. Is gold money? Yes, gold is money. Silver is money. Is gold $1? No, I can't think of a single amount of gold that's $1. Gold is $3,500 an ounce. But are you saying, is gold better than crypto? I mean, there's obvious advantages to crypto. If you need to leave North Carolina because of a experiment gone bad and an infection is running rampant, to get your gold down to Peru, it's going to be very difficult. You can wear your jewelry, but your bars are probably going to have to stay in North Carolina. If, on the other hand, you have crypto, you just got to go grab the hard wallet or grab the code book and you got your crypto. So there's advantages to crypto. Look, money is whatever we want it to be. Whatever's valuable is what everybody has faith in. And uh, could crypto be that thing? Sure, sure. But gold has been around since the Anunnaki and probably before that. Uh, gold is gold has had value as a medium of exchange, as you put it, as a dollar for as long as we have recorded history. And in fact, silver has a better track record than gold in that area. So yes, gold is money. Dollars are not money. Dollars are just credit. They're just somebody else's credit. Gold is yours if you own it. Of course, you got to defend it. You got to be able to move it. You got to be able to spend it. You got to be able to borrow against it. There's all sorts of things. And ultimately, we find out that to have prosperity, we have to trust each other. We have to trust our systems. And it's all a confidence game. All of it. All of it is a confidence game. Money, most of all. Bitcoin was intended to be peer-to-peer payments, but it failed at that. That's interesting. Stony Bone likes to know. Okay, so Volstoy is serious about this, and he's done a lot of um, he's done a lot of study. That's what I agree. Crypto that has a utility. I like the one that does contracts. I haven't studied it in a while. I bought a bunch of books. I read about it, and then I had my own life to lead. But I like crypto, and I like the potential for it. And I think, Volstoy King, by getting that kind of knowledge and understanding, you're going to be in high demand for the next 20 years. So it's very smart on you. It's very smart on you to do this, and I commend you for it. I'm going to skip you. And oh, God. I just want my AMC money back. Well, I don't know how much you lost. Ham was good with one gentleman who I'm glad you all prayed for, but he passed away. And Ham was able to get that guy trading to get his money back from GME, I think it was. So you can do it. But you have to have a little bit of a different mindset. And it does involve trading. I once invested at the top of the market. A friend of mine called from London and said, "You've got to buy this, 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 and this." And he's the greatest salesman in the world. So I bought, I don't know, 6 high-tech companies. It was March of, I want to say it was March of 2000. And I swear I bought within a week of the crash in the NASDAQ. So my account just collapsed. And my broker called up and said, you should sell. But I didn't. What I did is I started selling the short month calls, so the near month calls against all of them. Right? I don't know how many I had, 6 or 10 or 12. But I sold calls against all of them. I didn't care if I got exercised. I just reestablished the position. And I did it brutally every month. I did it for 6, 7, 8 months. And I didn't think about taxes. I didn't think about anything else other than taking in that premium. And lots of times the premium just disappeared, so I sold the next month. If the stock got exercised, I think most of the time I reestablished the position and sold. But at some point, I would just let it go to cash. But by the end of that, I don't know, 6, 7 months, I had all my money back. So it takes thinking differently and being decisive about it, trading probably, and just remembering you don't have to make, and I think you're already there, you don't have to make your money back in AMC. You just have to make that amount of money. There's some stocks there that I think you can do that, but what's on focus right now is Fngr, so I don't want to talk about anything else. 26, wow. You got your whole world ahead of you. And you feel old. When I turned 26, I felt really old, but man, it's young. You paid $683, so you got more to go. Going back on the thought that I just gave, and I'm not telling you to do it now, but if Fngr goes up and comes down and settles for a while, on the way down, you can sell calls against your position. And you can get that price down, but not now. But there's a way to bring in money. Blockchain is the answer to stock settlement? I don't know how. You still got to settle the trades. You still got to settle the trades. If the trades are off the exchange, yeah, because then you're settling it. But right now, Wall Street is creating ETFs and derivatives, and they're going to pool all of these coins or whatever the hell you call them, crypto, in the DTCC. It'll be on blockchain. It'll just be a different ledger. Instead of using Citadel's ledger, it'll use a blockchain ledger, but it'll still be levered up by Goldman Sachs, by Black and Fink and Stein and Steen, and it'll all be levered up. Kramer, Griffin, and pooled. I don't see it anyway. Make gold link to crypto and watch gold rocket in price. You got that one back assward. You got that one back assward. Gold's going to rocket, and it's not going to have anything to do with crypto. They might come up with a crypto that, you have gold in a vault and you can trade the gold via blockchain somehow. But why take real money and put cellophane wrap around it? Gold is real money. Silver is real money. Everything else is credit, including Bitcoin. Well, I don't know if Bitcoin is. It seems to be. It's not. I don't know. It's harder to grasp. I see it as a commodity. I don't see it as money. And as long as everybody wants it, it'll go up in price. But everyone wants diamonds, and diamonds are, there's plenty of diamonds. Gold is linked to blockchain now. I guess I need to. So PAXG is 1 troy ounce of gold, and that's better than owning gold. Definitely stay with crypto that has real world utility, such as XRP. I like that one. XDC, I guess. QNT, HBAR. I like I think XLM. These cryptos. Well, I'm going to study. I'll study all of those. I don't know. I have 40 January calls in Fngr. Well, you overpaid, but I guess you're in the money now. I would sell those while there's a premium in them, and buy. Probably I would wait till Monday, and I would sell those and buy June calls and pocket the rest of the money. Put it in XRP. Ogda Star Killer. Ogda Star Killer. OGDA Star Killer. Original Guerrilla District Attorney Star Killer. Original Guerrilla Dast Arc Iller. I don't know. Thank you. God, make everything so complicated. When we get crypto regulation rules of the road, the value of crypto will sharply rise. Digital is the future. Well, money's the future. Money is the future. I think they're going to move, in Spain already, they are putting controls on your cash. Let me see if I can find that quickly. All right, let me see. Oh, I know where it is. I know where it is. Spain limits cash withdrawals. Withdrawing large sums in cash is no longer possible in Spain without the government's approval. Those withdrawing 3,000 euros or more must notify Spain's tax agency, Agencia Tributaria, in advance. Withdrawals at or exceeding 100,000 euros will require a 72-hour approval process, and the tax agency is requesting a 24-hour mandatory notification for any amount over 3,000. Few news outlets are reporting that the Spanish government will impose a $150,000 euro fine on those who fail to report. But Project Veritas found that to be false. In truth, these measures are intended to provide the government with control over capital. Bank runs occur when people completely lose confidence in the system, and the government is ensuring that it never reaches that point because they can simply implement a freeze. Moreover, governments everywhere are on a hunt for taxes, and the entire war on cash is based on the belief that citizens are attempting to bypass taxes. There is a reason that ATMs impose withdrawal limits. More to be revealed. Yeah, it's a what do you call it? A cartel. Whatever happened to Patrick Byrne? I think he retired to his farm. That's what I would do if I had money. Just go buy a farm, get a girl, settle down. If you want, you can marry. I am old, you are young. There's lots. From the moment you could walk. I used to know all those words. I've got to go away. You can marry. I've got to go. Oh, very young. Morning has broken like the first morning. It's not time to make a change. Just relax, take it easy. You're still young, that's your fault. There's so much you have to know. Find a girl, settle down. If you want, you can marry. Look at me. I am old, but I am happy. I was once like you are now, and I know that it's not easy to be calm when you found something going on. Take your time, think a lot. Why think of everything you've got? For you will still be here tomorrow, but your dreams may not. How can I try to explain? When I do, he turns away again. Yusuf, Yusuf. Peace train. Wild, wild, wild. Where do the children play? Sad Lisa. This one used to be my favorite. Hard, hard, hard. I'm looking for a hard-headed woman, one who will take me for myself. And if I find my hard-headed woman, I won't need nobody else. No, no, no. I'm looking for a hard-headed woman, one who will make me do my best. And if I find my hard-headed woman, I know the rest of my life will be blessed. Yes, yes, yes. I've known a lot of fancy dancers, people who can glide you on the floor. They move so smooth, but have no answers. When you ask them, why'd you come here for? I don't know why. I know many fine feathered friends, but their friendliness depends on how you do. They know many sure-fired ways to find out the one who pays and how you do. He was young when he wrote that. Yeah, I'm still going. I don't know why I'm gonna. Uh-oh. There are 7 XR ETFs. Oh, God. You guys don't see that ETFs are Wall Street's way of cheating you. They're just so convenient. I guess they're the future. Yeah, PS 71. I hope Fngr takes off for everybody. Let's do some math. If it ends at $6, that's 4 million shares in options. Yeah. That can trigger. Yeah, Matt, I'm still going. That can trigger the naked short. The float is only 41 million. It could. It could. We'll see. As my mother used to say, we'll see. I think Bitcoin is a trap. A bit like beauty. Cat Stevens is wonderful. Cost to borrow is 318. I know, that's amazing. Where is the financing on the gold company? Why don't we have multiple prospects in a thriving gold market? Doug, I cheated you. I stole all your money. That's what happened. So that's the fifth time you've asked. I'm going to look you up, your data up, and I'll refund your money. I don't think you should do that, though. I think you're going to make a lot of money. I think you're a bit of an asshole, Doug, frankly. But let me go through it with you. Let me go through it with you. Everybody else can tune out. I'm going to have a conversation with Doug. You can stay on. You can listen. Doug wants to call me to the mat in front of you. I've asked him not to discuss this in front of everyone, but all right. We'll do it, Doug, again. What are your questions? Where is the financing on the gold company? Where is the financing on the gold company? You know, I don't think you should be an investor in this. I really don't. I really don't. But I'm gonna assume that you're more mature than I'm thinking you are right now, and that you can handle this investment. Where is the financing on the gold company? What's the set? Why don't we have multiple prospects in a thriving? Why don't we have multiple prospects in a thriving gold market? It's thriving? You know it's thriving? If this investor isn't, if it makes no sense, if this investor isn't coming together for the company for so long. Trying to remember how much you invested in this. I think you invested $4,000. Okay, so you don't understand the investment, even though you were given a lot of information. So let's go over what the investment is. Let's go over what the investment is. I think you invested $4,000. But you can adjust my numbers to suit whatever you did invest. So that was equivalent. So you got 100,000 shares. It's in a document that is paying interest to you first, but you probably don't understand that, but you have to sit down and read it. It pays you interest, and then it converts into 100,000 shares, and it also has 100,000 warrants at the same price for 5 years. So what you have effectively is 200,000 shares. 200,000 shares. There's some other warrants in there, but it's very small, and I'm going to ignore it. So you have 200,000 shares. And you feel that as a holder of 200,000 shares, you can put the whole investment at risk because you're pissed off. I just have to take a deep breath. The company, your question is, why don't we have multiple prospects? Well, the company isn't a multiple prospect company. It's a one prospect company. It's never going to be a multiple prospect company. Early on in its history, they did own a small mining operation that is irrelevant, and I forget the name, and they let that go. They also were exposed to lithium, and they've let that go. And if you have any ability to think rather than be small-minded, you're going to understand why they let all that go and why there are no other prospects. Before I start, and this is gold, guys. Tonight, I thought I made it very clear I only wanted to talk about Fngr, but Doug Peterson sees it differently, and that's fine. We've already talked about Fngr to death anyway. Okay. Let's see if they let me get this. This looks good. Yeah, this is good. So here is an article on Nevada's Carlin trend. Written by Rock and Jim, November 12th, 2020. By Steve Voynick. Events of the past few decades have rewritten the history of American gold mining. California, billed as the Golden State, no longer leads all states in cumulative gold production. Taking its place is Nevada. which ironically is known as the Silver State. Since 1983, Nevada has hosted America's greatest gold mining boom ever. During those 35 years, the state has produced 200 million troy ounces of gold, with a cumulative year mined value of $140 billion. To put these figures into perspective, recall that in 1852, the California gold rush's peak year, miners recovered 2.5 million ounces of gold. This year, Nevada will produce more than 5 million troy ounces and has done so for the past 28 consecutive years. Nevada, which accounts for 80% of the United States' current annual gold output, has produced nearly half of all the gold ever mined in the nation. Nevada, which accounts for 80% of annual gold output, has produced half of all of the gold ever mined in the United States. If Nevada were a country, it would now rank 4th in annual world gold production. Most of Nevada's gold has come and is still coming from a 5-mile wide, 40-mile long strip of land called the Carlin Trend. That is the world's 3rd richest gold mining district of all time. A 40-mile long strip of land called the Carlin Trend that is the world's 3rd richest gold mining district of all time. Nevada's gold mining adventure began in 1849 with a series of minor placer strikes that went unnoticed in the shadow of the California gold rush. But in 1859, small-scale placer gold mining led to the discovery of the Comstock lode, when sluice boxes became clogged with heavy black sands that were identified as oxidized silver minerals. As the nation's first major source of silver, the Comstock lode gave Nevada its statehood and its name. By the time the Comstock's best ores were gone, in 1875, it had yielded 20 million troy ounces of silver and 700,000 troy ounces of gold. At that point, Nevada's mining industry fell flat until 1900, when rich gold strikes revived it at Goldfield and Tonopah. By 1980, Nevada had turned out 20 million troy ounces of gold. Respectable, but not much compared to California's 110 million. Nevada's entry into the big leagues of gold mining began in the spring of 1961, near a little town of Carlin, 23 miles west of Elko. For months, 2 geologists had left their motel at daybreak, heading out in their pickup into the sage-covered hills of the Tuscarora Mountains. Folks in Carlin all knew the geologists were searching for gold, and that made the old-timers smile, because they had futilely searched those same hills for gold themselves. The geologists, John Livermore and J. Allen Coop, were looking for a specific type of gold, invisible, micron-sized particles, invisible micron-sized particles. Along with that goal, most importantly, they had an unproven theory that concentrations of microscopic gold could occur in sedimentary formations. Livermore and Koop studied rock formations and collected thousands of samples, but all the assays only reported grades far too low to be mined. In June, the old-timers in Carlin were surprised when the two geologists staked 17 claims for the Carlin Gold Mining Company, a paper corporation consisting only of the geologists, their equipment, and a pickup truck. The geologists then bulldozed 3 trenches and collected more samples. Assay reports from the first 2 trenches were disappointing, but those from the 3rd trench showed an encouraging 0.22 troy ounces of gold per ton. Let me write that down. 0.22 ounce per ton, okay? That was much higher than all the previous samples, but still very low grade when measured against traditional mining standards. In their next step, Livermore and Koop ordered in a 3-month-long core drilling program. By December, the cores had revealed exactly what they had found: a very low grade, but massive ore body. They estimated the size of the ore body at 11 million tons. Let me write that down, 11 million tons. And its average grade at nearly 0.3 ounces per ton. The microscopic gold particles, which were included or dissolved in pyrite, were disseminated throughout a massive 80-foot thick shallow formation of sedimentary rock. The deposit contained about 3 million troy ounces of gold, or nearly 100 tons. 1 ton equals 31,000 troy ounces, 1 metric ton. So they had 3 million troy ounces of gold, or nearly 100 tons, worth $100 million at the prevailing gold price of $35 an ounce. This discovery was merely the tip of a golden iceberg. In just the next few years, other geologists would make a dozen strikes, all within a strip of land now known as the Carlin Trend. These strikes were the payoff of decades of research. Assayers had first recognized the existence of microscopic gold particles in the 1890s, when fire assays revealed invisible gold values. Then, in the 1930s, geologists discovered random trace occurrences of disseminated microscopic gold in sedimentary rock. The sedimentary occurrences were surprising because, at the time, lode gold, L-O-D-E gold, had been mined almost exclusively from vein-type deposits of igneous rock. In 1937, the U.S. Bureau of Mines noted that Nevada's microscopic gold mineralization was, quote, impossible to distinguish between ore and waste rock except by assay, and that it is impossible to obtain a single color by panning, unquote. They inferred the types of sedimentary formation that might contain disseminated microscopic gold, but warned that they would be very difficult to identify. In the 1950s, the United States Geological Survey described the Roberts Mountain Thrust, a geological anomaly north of Carlin where older rocks were thrust over younger rocks. He then correlated known mineral deposits with geologic windows, areas where older rocks had eroded to expose lower, younger, mineralized formations. And it was certainly no coincidence that all known mineral deposits were located at geologic windows. When Roberts published his findings in 1960, American gold mining had hit rock bottom. Ore grades were lower than ever, mining costs continued to escalate, and the price of gold remained locked at $35 a troy ounce. American gold production had sagged to just 750,000 troy ounces per year, most coming as a byproduct of silver and base metal mining. The intensive geological investigation that followed the 1961 discovery soon determined the origin of Carlin Trends gold. Some 50 million years ago, tectonic stresses and related faulting and folding had created the contorted geology of Nevada's basin and range country. Near the present site of Carlin, stresses had fractured sections of older Ordovician rock, thrusting them laterally over younger Devonian rock. Deep vertical fractures in the porous Devonian rock enabled gold-rich siliceous solutions to rise until they pooled beneath the overthrust, impermeable Ordovician layer. High temperature and pressure had prevented these gold rush solutions from crystallizing. The solutions, which were barred from farther upward vertical movement, migrated laterally through the porous Devonian rock, solidifying the sediments and precipitating gold in the disseminated microscopic particles. Eventually, sections of the overlying Ordovician rock eroded to create geologic windows that exposed the underlying gold-bearing Devonian settlements. Recognizing these windows had been the key to discovering the gold of the Carlin Trend. The timing of the Carlin gold discovery was propitious, both technologically and economically. Although miners had treated gold ores with cyanide since the 1890s, they could not efficiently recover gold from the solution. But in the late 1950s, researchers from the United States Bureau of Mines developed the carbon in pulp process, which used activated charcoal to recover dissolved gold from cyanide solutions quickly by absorption. With the inexpensive SIP process, cyanidization finally achieved its full potential in extracting gold from very low grade ores. But Nevada's looming gold mining boom still needed an economic boost. In the 1960s, it had already become clear that the United States could not hold the line on $35 gold indefinitely. Gold would become a high-priced, free market commodity. The only question was when. The Carlin Gold Mining Company, a subsidiary of the Newmont Gold Corporation, did not wait for the coming era of free market gold. In 1963, it opened the Carlin Mine, Newmont Gold. It opened the Carlin Mine, the world's first open pit primary gold mine. It mined vast tonnages of low-grade ore, which were crushed, ground, and treated by cyanidation. The CIP process recovered the gold, which was melted in electronic furnaces and poured into bars. The metal actually poured was a doré, a mix of roughly 90% gold and 10% silver. In its first year, the Carlin mine produced 128,000 troy ounces of gold. More importantly, it was the model for dozens of future mines, which ours is one of. In 1974, gold became a free market commodity. By the early 1980s, its price had peaked above $800 a troy ounce and then settled in the $300 to $400 range. With everything now in place, large deposits of ore ready to be mined, high gold prices, inexpensive mining and recovery methods, and a state eager to support a mining industry, Nevada's gold boom was underway. Until 1983, Nevada produced only about 200,000 troy ounces per year, mostly from the Carlin mine. But by 1985, a dozen new mines had come online to boost Nevada's annual gold production above 1 million troy ounces. The technological know-how in mineral exploration and mine development gained in the Carlin Trend was quickly applied to other Nevada areas of similar geology, ours. With big new mines opening almost every year, Nevada's gold production had topped 5 million troy ounces by 1990. But the boom was just getting started. Production increased every year until it topped 9 million troy ounces in 1998. It then declined slowly over the next decade to just over 5 million troy ounces and has since held steady. For the last 28 consecutive years, Nevada's annual gold production has exceeded 5 million troy ounces. The typical Carlin type ore is an altered, contorted mudstone. It is a very low grade and contains no visible gold. No visible gold. In 2002, the Carlin Trend produced its 50 millionth troy ounce of gold. In celebration, the Carlin Trend mines minted a commemorative coin. Today, Nevada produces 5.7 million troy ounces of gold each year, or 80% of U.S. production. The state's gold mining industry now has 27 active mines, provide 15,000 mining jobs, with an annual income of 80,000 and 65 other jobs. Most mines are located in the Carlin Trend. Others are in the Getchell Trend, the Battle Mountain Eureka Trends, and the Alligator Ridge and Independence Mine groups. Nevada's best ores now grade only about 0.2 troy ounces of gold per ton. 0.2. Most grades are considerably lower. Some mines profitably exploit ores grading only 0.06 troy ounces of gold per ton. Carlin-type ores, which consist of disseminated gold in sedimentary rock, are classified as oxide, sulfide, or carbonaceous, and each must be processed differently. High-grade oxide ores are passed through cyanide. Low-grade are dumped into huge pads for large-scale heap leach cyanide. In sulfide and carbonaceous ores, sulfur or carbon encapsulate the tiny gold particles to reduce cyanidization efficiency greatly. These so-called refractory, stubborn ores must be oxidized before cyanidization. Carbonaceous ores are roasted to burn off the carbon. High-grade sulfide ores are ground, and oxidized in autoclaves, with a combination of heat, oxygen, pressure. Unlike igneous rock-hosted vein-type metal deposit, Carlin-type gold ores provide few mineral specimens. With large volumes he talks about Round Mountain. We're not in Round Mountain. Several years ago, the Newmont Mining Corporation made Carlin Trend gold available to its employees in the form of gold splatters. They would slowly pour molten gold into cold water and sell that. Nevada's gold mining boom, now in its 35th year, is the longest in the nation's history with no end in sight. The provable and probable ore reserves of the Carlin Trend are estimated at 100 million troy ounces of gold. I'll write that down. Proven reserves refer to ore bodies drilled to convert size and grade and ready to mine. Probable that where it hasn't been drilled. At the current rate of annual production, the mining in the Carlin Trend will last about 20 years. But that estimate is dependent on several factors, the first being the price of gold. Higher gold prices would automatically reclassify lower grade mineralization as ore, thus increasing reserves and the district's life. The Carlin Trend, where Nevada's great gold mining boom began, is on track to produce its 100th million troy ounce of gold in 2022 and will reach its 150th millionth ounce of gold in 2042. Okay, I'm not gonna look it up, but I'm gonna tell you, you can go to the annual reports of Barrick Gold and Newmont Mining, and you can find their subdivision. I think it's 2/3 owned by Newmont, 1/3 Barrick, might be the other way around, where they drill out the Carlin Trend. Now, the Carlin Trend is located less than let me look it up because I'm confusing it with another gold story. Okay, let me see if I can get you a map. It's the Carlin Trend is in northeastern Nevada. All right, here's the map. Yeah, okay. It doesn't give hours. But here's the map of Nevada. And here's the Carlin Trend. Here. Right here. It's at Elko. It's 4 hours away. It's 4 hours away from where our project is. Our project isn't on this map. It's down here near Tonopah, right around here near Tonopah. And Tonopah was quoted in what I just read to you. Now, the reason I took you through all that is that's independent information. I just Googled it. I didn't write it. The things I want to take from it, the Carlin Trend at prices of 3 years ago had about 100 million ounces. It's going to produce 150 million ounces by 2040. They get their reserves out in the best case that he's saying at 0.2 ounces per ton. They mentioned some at 0.3, but it wasn't everywhere, and some at 0.06, which I wasn't clear if that was Carlin or some of the nearby. But anyway, I want you to remember those. It's not that important. But let me go through quickly. If you look up the Barrick Gold and the Newmont Mining production presentations and in their annual report, I've been told by metallurgists, and I've looked it up, but I don't have them here, so I'm quoting them. The gold that they produce at Gold Strike, they do it through an autoclave. They get the sands, they crush them, they heat them, and they pressure them in the autoclaves. The grade that they have is 0.03 ounces of gold per ton. That's the grade, 0.03. It might be 0.033. But that's what they're producing now at Goldstrike in the Carlin Trend. It's in their annual reports. Okay, so let's just go with your company that you invested in, but you're having second thoughts on because you like public companies which you can trade. Well, that's the trade-off here. This is a private company. We can't trade it. In 2009, 2010, let's use, for simplicity, let's use 2010. It was right at the end of one year, beginning of the other. They discovered 6.6 million ounces of gold. They're near Tonopah, Nevada, like I said. So they discovered 6.6 million ounces of gold, and it was based on 174 million tons of resource. Remember, the Carlin Trend, I read it to you, started with 11 million. So this 174 million tons at 0.038 ounces per ton. 0.083 ounces per ton. Better than Goldstrike. Better than Goldstrike. Okay, so I want to reduce this to your ownership. And I want to do it now before new shares are issued. So I want to do it based on approximate approximate 600 million shares. Okay. So out of 600 million shares, you own 200,000. Approximately. So you own approximately 0.0003333 continuing of the company. That's what you own. So let me circle that. All right. So what is 6.6 million shares worth as a discovery? I would argue, yes, it's proven, but it probably still needs a little bit more effort because it was proven in 2010. But the team at Barrick Gold and Newmont are pretty quick, and they could get it done fairly quickly. So what would it be worth? Gold in the ground that's close to the surface and can be mined sells anywhere historically from $50 an ounce to $400 an ounce, and sometimes more than that. I'm not going to use 400. I won't use 300. I'll use 150. I'll use 150 because that's probably too low. All right, so 6,000,000, 6 times 150 equals $1 billion. $1 billion. There's probably some things that have to be paid, but let's just use $1 billion. There's 600 million shares outstanding, so I could do it on a per share basis. I'll do that quickly. That's $1.65. $1.65 a share. But let me calculate how much it's worth. I guess I can just multiply that times 200,000. So let's just go with it. So you paid $4,000 and you're pissed off, but the value of the prospect they have right now, doing no work at all, doing nothing. They report 6.6 million ounces discovered. I think it would sell with the upside probably more than $150 an ounce. I think it would sell at that $400 an ounce. But at $150 an ounce, on the current shares outstanding, it's about $1.65 a share. It's worth $330,000 to you, but you're pissed off. Fine, you can be pissed off. You can't see it, feel it. You've had to wait. Where is the financing? I'm mad. I think it's important enough that I interrupt a live about Fngr and I have a hissy fit. And I'm not going to wait. As I've brought this up many times, I've pretty much heard the same answer every time. And I'm always asked to wait. And if we could talk on a Zoom call, because we're in a quiet period until the money comes in, if we could just wait. But I'm not going to wait. I'm Doug Peterson. Anyway, $330,000 if my back of the envelope calculations are correct, is what your investment could be worth if the company just decided to sell the company right now to Gold Strike. Why would Gold Strike, which is Barrick Gold and Newmont Mining, want to buy this company? Well, when that article was written 4 years ago, they had an estimated 20-year life on their reserves in the boom town, the biggest reserves in Nevada. 20 years left. These are major companies which are in pension plans, mutual funds. They need to replace their declining resources. Now, obviously, with higher prices, they may find more resource where they are, but the fact remains they've produced 150, or will have produced by 2040, 150 million ounces of gold. They need to replace it. Well, this is on what was discovered in 2010, third-party eyeballs drilled, third party, using 0.038 ounces per ton, using caustic fusion as the assay method. I just gave you a rough calculation of what the company could be sold for right now. There's a lot of assumptions that I made, a lot. So I wouldn't count on that. But I believe that your 4,000 is worth 300,000. But you can be pissed off. Please be pissed off. Please be pissed off. And call it out in front of everybody. Please. I tried to do people a favor, and I think you're being a pissant. All right, now let me go a little further. Let me go a little further. Let me go a little further. I took a business card here and covered the name. But this project, you say, why don't we have multiple prospects? Why? Why? Where's your thinking? This is a caldera. That's a volcano. That's when a volcano erupts, it leaves this huge circular cone that collapses, and inside of it is all the molten lava, and it hardens, but they call it a caldera. And this is a mountain range, and this is out in the desert. And so over the eons, water has flown from the mountain down through into the sands, and there's some clay, and down into an underwater sea. And so it's leached all of this under the sun. Anyway, you see this, Doug, do you see this? Let me see if I can color it. It's not a very good coloring job. Let me see, I could use the orange for gold. Okay, do you see that gold thing there? That's our prospect. And when you hear about it, you're going to feel foolish, wondering why we don't have multiple prospects in this thriving gold market that you talk about. I don't know where it's thriving for the juniors and the beginners, but you know. So here's the prospect, okay? Now, I don't know if there's a picture here. Let me see if there's a further picture. There may not be. And I don't remember one. But I'll draw it here. The discovery, third party, came from drilling there's one thing here I might be wrong on, but it's not a big deal. The discovery came from drilling these sands in this prospect in the north zone and in the south zone. They drilled 30, let me get it right. They drilled 37 200-foot sonic drill holes. 37. So this is where the gold was discovered. And this is the lease. They drilled they actually got a higher grade, much higher than the one I used to calculate. But that's all right. It doesn't change the arithmetic. They drilled 37 holes, and it doesn't say here, but they drilled either 2 or 4 holes down to 400 feet. So the majority were drilled to 200 feet. They took either 2 or 4 down to 400 feet. The value of 6.6 million ounces to you, to us, is based on 200 feet. So without doing the arithmetic, I could take, just assuming, because the 4 wells down to 400 feet found the exact same thing. And in fact, they believe this goes down to 800 feet and deeper, but down to 400 feet. We can take your $1.65 a share and we can double it. So it's $3.30 a share. Now you have 200,000 shares, which you can't trade. And you're pretty upset about it because the financing hasn't come in. You haven't called me to offer financing. You're not doing any work on it, but you're pissed off. Unbelievable. So if I'm right in all of these assumptions, your $4,000 could be worth $600,000 in a sale to Barrick Gold. Now, what's all this stuff? What's all this? What's all this stuff? It's sand. It's the same material. It's exactly the same. They didn't test it, but it's the same. So based on 6.6 million ounces of gold, which was based on 200 feet, and it was discovered 15 years ago. And because gold is now trading at $3,500 an ounce, the logical thing is to sell the company as is to Barrick Gold. Why don't they do that? I mean, Where is the financing? Why don't we have multiple prospects in this thriving gold market? If this investor isn't coming together for the company, why don't we go somewhere else? Why don't we sell him down the river and just go, I'll do it. I'm Doug. I can send you another $4,000. How much do you need? That's not how it works, Doug. It's not how it works. When you're raising money for a big company, things go a little more smoothly. When you're raising money for a finger motion, you've seen it. You go through the troubles of a Lynn Partners or other. I don't want to go through it all. But when you get I'll give you a list of companies I don't think you've ever heard of. They all need money or did need money. They all did need money. And I guess by your reckoning, they're all thriving. Endeavor Silver's doing better. Alexco Resources, Prophecy Development, McEwen Mining, Pan American Silver doing fine. Santa Cruz Silver, I think that's doing all right now. Iberian. That's just from one list. There's hundreds of companies out there looking for money. And despite your knowledge, it's not true that these companies are thriving. They're still having a hard time raising money. What the cycle that's going on Wall Street right now, as I predicted, and unfortunately, the only way you got in this deal, I pushed for it and you got in early. I don't think it'd be available today. Maybe, but I don't think so. So you're pissed off. Well, tough titties. You and I are the same. I don't have enough money to go in with the big boys either. But I'm not a spoiled brat. I understand in a private company things take time, and I have to take a deep sigh. But anyway, I was going to say something about the financing, I think. Oh, these smaller companies are not getting financing. The bigger ones in the ETFs, slowly the money goes to the big names. Then those will get overpriced. Then they'll come to the second names. Those will get overpriced. They'll come to the third names. Then they'll come down to the fourth and fifth and sixth names. And we're down in that area. There's no buddy on Wall Street that understands mining. There's a few. There's no funds. There's a few. There's no research analysts. There's a few. They're having to gear up. And that's the opportunity you had. But you're complaining. You're complaining. The arbitrage you had is what you're complaining about. I can't do anything about you and your perspective. I really can't. But I hope by the end of this that you see the opportunity. Doesn't mean it's going to work. Everything can fail. But I want to show you what you're pissing on. Now, this is down to 200 feet. Using the caustic fusion, nothing new, just selling it to Barrick Gold on 200 feet. And Calculating for all of the rest, I don't know, just to be conservative, I think you could double it again to be conservative. You can probably go 4 times. So you can take that 330 and go to 660 a share just on the 200 feet. Now, if you take it all the way down to 400 feet, you're at $12 a share. Why would they go after any other prospects? Okay, now I want to show you. The reason they haven't sold it. And the reason they asked for money. And yes, the wait has been a long time, but they did raise some money, as you know, Doug, if you've paid attention. You've done this before, which is why I'm reacting the way I am. But you put up $4,000. A group of us put up almost 500,000, and another gentleman came in for $1 million. So the company has been roughly funded for $1.5 million. So they've been moving forward on everything, albeit it's time, well past time, to start kicking into gear with the $5 million that they originally asked for. Technically, it should be $3.5 million left, but I think they want the full $5 million. So why don't they just sell? Why don't they just sell? The reason is they have 4,200 acres of mineral rights in this gold zone I just drew for you. It's near Tonopah, Nevada. And they first acquired it in 2007. And as I told you, when the discovery was made. They halted activities in 2020, a combination of COVID and an earthquake. And then the gentleman running it, who's very smart, I like him, but he also can be a little bit arrogant. Arrogant's the wrong word. He's a tough guy, but he's a kind guy too. So arrogant's the wrong word. He kept working on it. He kept working on the process. Now, I've told you they originally had a process to get the gold out, which was using positive and negative attraction. It turns out when they built the pilot plant that they did build a plant. Based on that process, the earth itself interfered. So this invisible gold, just like Carlin trend, this microscopic gold, just like Carlin trend, this nano gold, just like Carlin trend, they weren't able to get it out of solution because the earth interfered with the process. So that was a delay. And I'm thankful for it because it gives us a chance to invest. But you can look at it another way. You can be pissy about it. And I don't know what to do about pissy. I really don't. So he kept working on it from 2020 to 2024. And I don't know if I can read this. Let me be careful. So he had an electron microscope, proved the nano gold clusters, and extract it as refractory, just like Carlin trend. And they do a leach, and they do. But I don't know how much I'm allowed to read of all that. But you come down here. And under the blue line is their recovery that they discovered. With his two methods that he's been working on that are not going to be affected by the earth, he gets above 0.2 ounces of gold per ton, 0.2. And if you remember that number, that's a number just randomly came out in the article I read. All right, so at 0.2, and he says he gets above it, and they're ignoring let me read it from this research report. Yeah, they have 0.59 ounces per ton of palladium, which works out on a gold equivalent of 0.35 ounces of gold equivalent based on the price of palladium 4 years ago. No, 7 years ago. So they have palladium here as well, but we're ignoring that. And let me see if this is the report so I can show you that I'm just not making it up. There's another report, and I don't know if I have it here. Here it is. Okay. Okay, let me show you the other report. I can't show it to you, but I can read it to you. Yep, they got palladium. He shows here that their average recovery of gold is 0.228, not 0.20. By the way, this gentleman's estimate of the cost of the process, under $400 an ounce. I don't have any basis for that, but he's the analyst. All right, so all right, I guess I should be thorough on this point. I want to show you how many sands are there. They have the sands down to 200 feet, which it doesn't matter if they have other projects going on or they've raised financing. That's sitting there. Nobody's stealing that. They have a layer of brines 430 feet beneath the surface, and they have an additional 200 feet of sands down to 400 feet. And then they have clays as well. The brines could be pumped to the surface and processed, but let's skip that. Let's skip all of that. I just want to get to how much sand is there. So the sands to 400 feet would mean 500 million tons of resource. And if you double it to account for the entire lease, it's 1 billion tons, 1 billion tons of resource down to 400 feet. They already drilled down there. It's sand. And it's a caldera. There's no faulting. So it's 1 billion tons of resource. Let's go with that 1 billion tons of resource. Let's do two calculations. One, we'll use the low grade, brutalist grade of 0.038. And the other one we won't use the 0.22, we'll just use the 0.20. And we're just focused on the gold. All right, Doug? Well, one is evident. The other one I gotta multiply. I mean, it should be evident. It's just the decimal point. Okay. I'm doing this to your interest, Doug. 1 billion tons of resource. Now I'm presuming, because they haven't proven that up, it's probable though. 1 billion tons of resource using the 0.038 ounces per ton or the 0.2 ounces per ton. That gives 38 million ounces of gold under this brutalist method, or 200 million ounces of gold, Doug. 200 million ounces of gold, the same size or bigger than the Carlin trend. We better go find some other prospects. That's at 0.20. That doesn't include the palladium. It doesn't include what they got above 0.20. Now, at $100 an ounce, not 150, not 400, but not 50 either. At $100 an ounce, the purchase price by Barrick Gold for shares or Newmont might be, as I got it right, at this brutalist number, it's roughly $6 a share on the amount of shares outstanding right now. Selling it right now with the shares outstanding, that's $33 a share. Now, I know it's been painful and you're not used to investing in private companies. And you're not that appreciative that I was able to double the number of shares. But I can't do that about your gratitude. I really can't. I can't do anything about it. But if I'm right, and it could be zero. This could all turn to zero. You could lose it all. But if, on the other hand, my analysis is correct and I'm trying to show you every step of the way, if I'm correct, the brutalist method, the low grade, your $4,000 could be sold. It hasn't been, but it could be sold as is for $1.6 million. If the 0.20 method is proven up, and I've got to change this number because it would be more shares outstanding. It would be more shares outstanding. It would be oh, it's pretty easy, I guess. Yeah, that works. To prove that up would be more shares outstanding. But it wouldn't change your reward that much. I think your $4,000 could be worth in a sale $5 million. But you can continue to pop up, pop off, and piss off me. You can continue to do that. But the reason your reward is this high is I got double the number of shares for you, and you're paying 4 cents a share. And in your expertise, you're wondering why there aren't other prospects out there. You don't need another prospect. This thing is bigger than the Carlin trend, possibly. Of course, the Carlin trend could get bigger, but we'll be all of us will be dead before, if this works, before this gets produced, drained. Now, could it be more than that? Yes, it could be more than what I'm showing you. It could go down to the brines. It could go in the clays. They might be able to expand the footprint, and they could go after the palladium. And there's silver there. And they don't have to sell the company for $100. They might sell it for $500 an ounce. And if they decide to produce instead of selling, oh my gosh, if they decide to produce instead of selling, which is what I'll push for, but they're all old men. But you want this all out in the public. That's what you want. So you want competition to come in, take away your opportunity from you, because you want answers now. Funny. You're a funny breed. You're a funny breed. But I'll show you, because it has been a year, I think. It's been almost a year. It's 10 months. No, 9 months. It's been a long time. If they decided to produce and they have 200 million ounces of gold, it would probably take the Carlin trend. Newmont has been producing since the 60s, so it'd probably take 60 years to do it, 70 years to do it. So we won't be around. So let's divide that. Well, I don't know. Let me just do this bigger number first. It's just, I know why you have to complain. I know why. I know why you have to complain. $600 billion of income. Right now, the profit's $3,000 an ounce. What's the present value of that? I have no idea. I don't know. I don't think there's a company big enough to buy this company. But you obviously have to present value it. So I don't know. Let's just take a third of it. Just take a third of it. As the present value. Very sloppy present value. And we'll divide it by, I don't know, 1 billion shares. That's probably too much, but who knows? $200 a share. I discounted that sharply, but let's cut that. Let's divide that by 4. Let's just call it $50 a share. $50 a share. Let me go over your questions again. Where is the financing on the gold company? It is going to arrive, and I think it'll arrive soon. But I'm not prepared to tell you any more than that. You're a very small holder in the company, and you're disgruntled. I don't know. I don't feel comfortable sharing it with you, but it's coming, and it'll be here. Why don't we have multiple prospects in a thriving gold market? Well, I think we have potentially the single largest discovery of gold in the world. And certainly in North America. It could still be a big fat zero. That's the risk. But why we have no other prospects, there aren't any like this anywhere else. Most are taken. We are getting to a point where money is starting to come in again. Cash flows as of March are starting to exceed the bank drawdowns. So the bigger producers do have cash to buy other companies, but that's just starting right now. There's no thriving in it. There's a lot of interest, but a lot of the small companies are still completely constrained for capital. They have to deal with people like the Lynn Partners in Yorkville and those rest of them still. So there's no thriving. But that's lucky for you. By the time it thrives so that you can feel comfortable, you'll be paying $50 a share. I'm sorry it feels uncomfortable for you. I'm sorry about that. It's beyond my control. I've been straight up on everything. I've tried to include you, and I've tried to make sure that you got a great warrant package with us. But I can't control the world. You have to wait. That's what you have to do. Now, when I suggested it to you, I gave you 3 numbers. I gave you a worst case scenario where the old guys just sold the company to this guy that's trying to steal the company because he's rich. He knows that private investments take a long time. He understands delays, unlike retail and amateurs. But he got an audience because everyone involved in this is 85 years old. I don't think that's going to happen. But I just want to be clear to finish up that none of these numbers I'm giving you are guaranteed. None are guaranteed. This whole investment involves risk, and your 4 cents a share could be worth 0 by the time we're done. You could be completely wiped out. And that's a real possibility because you're dealing with human beings, you're dealing with delays, you're dealing with, I think, a lot of sharks out there, but you want all the sharks to know about this because you're dug. You need it out in the open. Gosh darn it. Anyway, if they sold the company to this guy who wants to just take the company, he's capping the reward first at 20 cents, but now I think of 40 cents a share. So that's one, that would be disastrous, but that could happen if the money doesn't come in. But you paid 4 cents. So that gives you 10x. That gives you 10x. Frankly, it gives you 20x because you got twice as many. So that gives you 20x if you count the warrants. Here, this number here is if they sell the company sort of as is to Barrick Gold. I think it's worth $4. How long would that take? This wouldn't take long, by the way, to do this. This would probably take 90 days. This would take, I think, a year, but it would be signed right away. It would probably take 90 days to signature and another year to complete. That'd be my guess, because they'd have to run tests and it'd be a nightmare. We'd probably get cash and stock. But I think $4 a share is a good guess. In this case, you're talking 200 times your money. 200 times your money. And then if the testing works, and if the higher grade is proven, but they just sell the company, I think they'll sell it for much more than this, much more than this. But just for symmetry, I think the price could be many multiples, like 3, 4, 5 times this. But just for symmetry, we'll use $40. That, I think, my friend, is 2,000 times, 2,000%, 2,000x, I think I'm right. From your 4 cents. From your 4 cents. And Doug, I couldn't feel any more sorry for you that it's been such a tough road, that you've had to wait 9 months and that it's been so difficult on you. I don't know what to say. This is the pain, the suffering, the delays. These are the rewards. 0, 40 cents, $4, $40 for a 4 cent investment. I don't know. I'm glad, Doug, I've been able to share it with everybody instead of on a Zoom call. I've been glad that I didn't have to wait till the money came in. I'm glad I've been able to talk to everyone about it before the deal closes. I think it's terrific, Doug. I couldn't be more pleased that I have you as a shareholder. It's not me, it's the company. I appreciate your discretion. I appreciate that you see the opportunity here. I appreciate that you, in your wisdom, know better than the gentlemen that have put this company together and are in the gold business. I'm glad you see that with gold prices up, everyone's thriving. Glad for that. I don't know of an investment where your risk, of course, is 100%, but it's 4 cents. Your risk is 4 cents. That's 100% of your investment, yes. But your mediocre case is 10x. Your possible case, if the pilot test plant doesn't shine, in other words, you sell it based on the lower grade, $4, probably more than that. It's 100 times your money. And if, as I expect, the hundreds of tests already done translate into a successful pilot test. And I know it's a pain for Doug Peterson to wait for the financing. Doug doesn't wait for anything. But if the grade is improved, as I expect it will be, and surprises could come to the upside, I think a sale of the company at $40 for stock and cash is eminently achievable. I think it could be much more. And in that case, you're making 1,000 times your money. And I negotiated that you get double the shares. And you want to come on here and be a pissant and call me out. If you don't like the investment, send me an email. I'm sorry I'm pissed off, but it does piss me off. You don't know what you're doing. That's your problem. And I guess most of you don't. It's not like I know what I'm doing. Just because I've done so much of it, I can't tell you how Fngr's going to open tomorrow. And nothing is a given. But we can act pissed off. You can come on here and act pissed off at me. And now I'm pissed off at you. Why does that help anything? I don't know why it helps anything. You knew when you got in that it was illiquid. You knew that, well, maybe you didn't know. Maybe this is the first time you've done a private investment. I don't know. Maybe you didn't know. I've done 100 private investments. I don't know what to compare it to. You're dealing with human beings. You're dealing with ideas. You're dealing with personalities. You're dealing with promises. You're dealing with bureaucrats. You're dealing with banks. You're dealing with in some cases, international banks. You're dealing with regulators. And Doug put up $4,000 and he wants action now. Well, bottom line, Doug, my investor who's going to come in, I care a lot more about him. I care about you. But I'm not going to sell him down the river because a $4,000 investment is pissed off. I'm just not going to. So if you can't wait another week, another 2 weeks, another month, I just don't know what to say to you. I'm going to sign off. It's just such an I'm tired of these lives. I find this unacceptable, Doug. But I tried to show you, and you may find my reaction unacceptable. I don't know. But I tried to show you again why I think this is one of the most exciting opportunities I've ever seen in my life. I've invested in this company. I believe I think I've invested $400,000 in this company, all in. But some of it was in the open market, and those shares, many of those shares I since sold at losses, tax losses, stuff like that. But I've known the company for a long time, Doug. And the gentleman that brought it to me, I was at an oil and gas conference. I had invested in No, I had received just a handful of shares for a friend of mine and I, an associate. We got an assignment from a small oil and gas company, and I flew to Tennessee and somewhere else too, and we did our work and research. And for our initial work, we got a very small number of shares, and then we tried to raise money. And uh, my efforts at raising money didn't pan out in this case because the guys um, uh, Fields is all I can think of to say. It's not Fields, but where he was drilling the projects, they weren't very good economics, and it, as he showed them to us, they were, but as I took them and asked friends of mine in the oil and gas business, the economics weren't very good. So I wasn't successful raising money. My associate wasn't either. But we got these, a handful of shares. I think I got, like $5,000 for my efforts. It might be less than that, by the way. But it was paid in shares that were nearly worthless. But what was funny, my first investment here, I was at this conference, and my friend, who's since died, he worked at Exxon for years and years and years, and a good-hearted guy, smart. He went to Stanford, and not only did you find that out when you met him, you found it out every conversation. So he was telling me about this story, and I was so interested in it, but I didn't have any money. I didn't have the money. It was a private placement, and it was $60,000 or something like that for a unit. Maybe 55, maybe it was $55,000. But later that night, I was at a cocktail party, and one of the gentlemen, one of my friends in my network of friends in the oil and gas business, I was telling him about this other company, and I said, I can't believe I went to their breakout session, and their stock is trading at, I forget what it was, $8 a share. I can't believe it. It's gone from 10 cents to $8, $9, or $15, whatever it was. And he said, well, you got to be careful of this one thing. And I said, what's that? And I won't say it out loud because it's nobody's business. But I was young, and younger, and I wouldn't have thought of it. And I said, oh, well, that's, I still like it. I like the presentation. Well, the next morning I woke up early. It's early in Denver. I had to wait till my broker got in at Morgan Stanley, and I called him up and I said, you know what? I want to sell those shares. And he did. And I think he sold them for like 60 some $1,000. So I had the $55,000 in 2009, I think, to invest in this company. Now I did it at, I think the original price was either 60 cents or 55 cents a share, but for some reason, they discounted it a little bit so they sent me some money back. So it might have been 50 cents a share or 45 cents a share. Or maybe it was 65 cents down to 55 cents. I don't remember. But somewhere around 50 cents a share I paid. And so I've known this story a long, long time. I've known all the players. I've known the gold business, and I believe in it. I've visited with everybody. And then just to finish on that, there was a sister story which I liked better. I had a big investor, for my big investor, because it wasn't, this one can go to zero conceptually when I first went into it. This other one, well, now I think it can because it's been so mismanaged. Or that's probably unfair. It's just been so many unexpected things to manage. Maybe I'll put it that way. But what I want to say is during this process, I've gotten to know the metallurgists, the scientists, the labs, the lawyers. I know it cold, as much as a non-geologist, metallurgist, I guess is the word, can know it. So when I suggested this, Doug, it wasn't to piss you off, and it wasn't to take advantage of you. I didn't need to do it. I actually was enthusiastic about doing it. I don't feel that enthusiasm while I'm talking to you right now, because I saw it as a way to take you away from your own mistakes, mine too, of dealing with Jeff Easton, the twin Kramers, Rory Rubenstein, and all the rest of the crowd. Why? This stock doesn't trade. I'm sure if it's trading, it'd already be destroyed, but it doesn't trade. Doesn't trade. So that pisses you off. So it's private. So we have to wait and wait and wait. But that pisses you off. I see that as a safe harbor. I see that as protecting you. Now, it doesn't protect you from loss, because it still can go to zero. I can imagine all sorts of reasons why it can go to zero. Like, I don't know. The guy doing it decides to go on a vacation for the next 10 years. I don't know. I can make things up because that's a fact. Anything can go to zero. But when I first started looking at this, gold was 300, 250. I think I first saw it in 2007 or 8, but the first time I invested. Gold is now 3,500. It's a whole different world. But you've had to wait. And that pisses you off. I think the waiting is saving you. Because you would have put that money into, I don't know, one of these others at the wrong price. I don't know. Maybe you would have put it in at Fngr. Everybody wants Fngr. That's what's driving your question. What's driving your question right now is everybody's making money in Fngr and we're not making money. This is not, I don't think, a professional way of handling a portfolio. And I'm not saying you personally are not professional, but it's allowing emotions to interfere. It's allowing something to interfere with with sanity. On the other hand, all investments can go to zero. I think all investments have risk. All, including treasuries, CDs. But the reason I recommended this, and I was excited, I had to ask and push through. And I was very excited by it. I still am excited by it. I still own the company. My average cost is much, much higher than what you're paying. Does that bother me? No, it doesn't bother me. I'm happy for you. But yes, when I told you this, I thought that we could have results by the end of last year and maybe be in production now. Well, it's been delayed. But I think you're going to find in the long run that delay, essentially 9 months, it feels like, is going to be more than paid for. There's no short selling here. There's no toxic financing. There's still risk. I'm sure there's risks I can't think of. But what's today? Today is May. Let's say it gets done by June. I think you could see results on this by the end of baseball season, if not sooner. And these kind of returns, I don't think they justify this kind of, I just don't think it's appropriate. And I think your timing is off. I do appreciate the investment. I do appreciate, I think there were 30 people that invested. I'm very optimistic, but I've told you this, Doug, before, but you don't, I guess for some reason, you just can't constrain yourself. I've asked you repeatedly, if possible, we did not need to discuss this until the financing is done, and then I'll have a Zoom call. But hey, whatever. I've done my best again, because I do want to be open. I do want to tell you the reasons why. I think you're very lucky to have a shot at this. There's not a person on the planet that would have called you with this opportunity, but I did. I'm not taking it back, but I'm not very pleased either, because this is the third time you've done it, and I don't understand you, really. Maybe you shouldn't invest. Maybe you shouldn't have made the investment. But as an investment, the risk of all the years from purchase of project through R&D, proof of concept, the drilling, all of that's gone. All of that risk is gone. In fact, in this case, there was risk in the initial process. It's one of these. I've already told you, and I don't want to go back over it. So they went back to the drawing board. They solved it with hundreds of tests. I've grilled him on it. I expect no problem in the pilot plant at all. But that's what we got to do. You know, there could be risk there. So you're coming in because the gold market was so difficult, and probably because of COVID. You're having an opportunity to come in at, I think, I mean, the only price that would have been cheaper is 2 cents. But I don't think you would have gotten the warrants then, but maybe I could have. I did my best though. I negotiated hard, and I don't know what else to tell you. The fact that money hasn't come in yet has not delayed progress, but it is coming to a point where it needs to be in. And it's past that point for maximum progress. But these things are normal in when you're dealing with private placements, non-public companies, small companies. So maybe it's not a space for you to invest in, but I don't know anything else out there that can turn your $4,000 into a lot of money. I don't know anywhere else. You can believe it'll be Fngr, but let's see if Fngr does it. I don't know. It could. Anyway, I'm going to sign off. It's 12:16. And Doug, thank you for the question.